Hello, everybody, and welcome back to more Phoenix Wright, Justice for All. We're making some pretty good progress in the game so far. We've had some pretty lengthy streams, but welcome everybody. A dead body. It is pretty funny, Tay, that every one of these cases seems to involve somebody dead. But it's like it feels like I don't know. It feels like case 3 seems to be relegated to be the fun I guess the action adventure chapter because we had the Steel Samurai in one and we had this one in and now we have a clown well, not the clown, but Max Galactica having killed the ringmaster allegedly. And I don't know. It seems to be, when you have one where it's like an attorney has to suddenly get his memory jogged back, followed by a case where the person that you used to be your spirit medium companion, to a case that doesn't seem to have the same level of stakes as the other ones. It does feel like Chapter 3 seems to be cursed in that regard. It's always the goofy one. It is pretty goofy. Not that there's anything wrong with it being goofy, it's just like it clearly doesn't have the same stakes as the other ones do. Seems like the second case always has to do with Maya. Third case is Goofy. Fourth case is the most serious one that wraps everything up. That does seem to be the pretty good precedent. It also gives me a pretty good idea of what to expect for 3 whenever I get to 3 next year. Because that's a definite. I'm gonna be playing 3 next year. Hopefully this time without somebody having to redeem me to do it. Because I know this would have happened eventually anyway. It's just that I am pretty slow with my list. Anyway, let me get OBS pulled, the 3DS capture pulled open, so we can go ahead and get that ready. All of my notes are pulled up. No, they're not. All of my notes will be pulled up, so I can go ahead and see. Yep. So the ringmaster died 10 p.m. cold night. Everybody was there practicing at that night until 10 p.m. There's only one of Max's silk hats in all of the entire world. Mo said he was in bed just shortly after 10 p.m., but I noted in my last stream that, it seemed to be pretty far away from the actual rehearsal site. Kind of suspicious. And then we knew that Max clocked Ben on his head the night before the murder. We also had a psyche lock that involved that exact same thing. The 3 items that are associated with Max were the silk hat, cloak, and white rose that's on his chest, although he implied there were others in the past. Um, and then the other things are notes from Mado Monogatari that should not be here. So I will remove those because they are going to be cluttering up my list. But in any event, let me go ahead and connect my capture card device so I can capture my 3DS. There we go. That looks much better. And as always, if I need to adjust anything regarding volume, please let me know and I'll fix it. But today we should be going straight to court. Am I telling you Carvalk is the one who murdered? I might. We'll be solving that. We'll be solving the Carbuncle mystery on Saturday, Tay, because that's chapter 7, which is the final chapter. Post game's probably gonna have to be a different day, though. We'll have to see. It depends on how quickly I beat the game this weekend and solve the mystery. But it would have been funny just to have like curry recipe notes here when I'm trying to take careful, detailed notes about what's going on in this case. Good morning, Max. Max? Milk. What? If I don't have a glass of milk before I go on stage, I just can't function, sweetie. Stage? Don't worry, there won't be a stage. All you have to do is sit down. I guess. Nick, Max is really nervous. That's understandable. Hey, my sweeties! What? You don't think that I should fly, do you? Huh? You know, you've got to make a good first impression. When I enter the room, maybe I should fly in and warm up the crowd a little. It's only 2 sentences. It's just like, go back and, I mean, basically it was just running back and forth in that lot, talking to Windy Oldbag a lot, and that was it. I did think the twist in that, as to the murder and everything else in that one was actually kind of interesting, because I did not. It was like it was one of those cases where up until the very, very end, I could not predict like why things were happening the way they did. No, 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 no. We can't be having you flying around the courtroom. I mean, I don't know. I think her and the puppet are OTP. I don't know about you. Imagine if he hits someone. Don't worry, Max. Just do what Nick says and everything will be okay. Oh, sweetie. What is it this time, Max? Why don't you try flying into the courtroom? I can see it now. The dashing young lawyer flying fabulously in from above. One glimpse of that and everyone in the room will be on your side. Max, really, no one needs to fly today. Nick, what's with that look in your eyes? Yeah, for tonight only, we're gonna be Phoenix Flight. Eh. I like the sound of that. Dashing young lawyer flying fabulously. December 29th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. And now the case of one. What? Your Honor, get on with it! Oh, sorry, I just realized that the defendant's name is Billy Bob Johns. So, well, isn't the defendant also known as Maximilian Galactica? Yes, Your Honor, he does often go by that name. You know, my grandchild's a huge fan of his. I think everyone here wouldn't mind if we called the defendant Maximilian Galactica. It sounds more friendly. I wonder if that's to our advantage? Miss Von Karma, your opening statement, if you please. I hope you didn't bother thinking you'd win this one, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Eh? That spirit channeling trial was a sham. I refuse to acknowledge its legitimacy. It did not count. Do you hear me? She must still be upset about what happened last time. You have no chance. Zero. Zilch. Nada. I'm not losing this case. Why, you ask? Because it is not in the nature of a Von Karma to lose at anything. I guess being born with the name Von Karma is a free pass to be arrogant and annoying. Watch and learn, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I'll show you the textbook procedure for proving how absolutely guilty you are. Me? Guilty? What are you talking about? It will be my ultimate revenge. Her dad is gone, you know. The prosecution is finished. Let's hurry and wrap up this waste of time. She can't take it, Von Karma. Detective Dick Gumshoe, get up there, now! Sorry to keep you from work, as I'm sure you need every penny you could earn, Detective. Don't mention it. It's no trouble at all. I've been looking forward to this. Very well. I would like you to begin by shedding light on the events in question. At your service, sir. All right, Detective. You may proceed with your testimony. My goodness, his salary's just getting... Do I want to keep playing this game? He's just not going to get any money by Game 3. He's going to owe them money. Details of the events. The night of the crime, snow was falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out, also making it difficult for the footprints to be covered after, because the crime took place around 10. All of the circus performers gathered in the big top to practice their routines, which is why I thought it was odd that Mo was in bed at 10, considering where Mo's lodge is located. The practice session broke up around 10, right? I wrote that down. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15. So the murder... Okay, wait a minute. That I didn't write. I'll write it down. Murder outside of lodging house, 10:15 p.m. Welcome, Running Wild's video. Hope you're doing well. We're just starting the trial for Case 3. The victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. Okay, I'm writing that down. The court battle, so far, nothing's really happened yet. I hope you've been enjoying Final Fantasy Tactics. I don't know if I'm going to play that at some point, but it's not a high priority for me. I've never played the original. I see he was beaten to death. Here's the autopsy report for the victim. The court accepts this into evidence. I forgot about the monkey. A blunt object. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may begin your cross-examination. Thank you so much for the 3-stream streak with the watch streak. Yes, Your Honor. It's the Thinker statue. I know it's the Thinker statue. The night of the crime, snow is falling until 9:40 p.m., making it extremely cold out. Let me ask you about the snow. It was nearly a blizzard up until the time of the crime. Did it pile up? It wasn't such a big deal. Maybe about 1.5 inches was on the ground. The snow froze in place and stayed on the ground until the next day. The snow. Let me see. There's gotta be more to this. Eh? What's the matter, Nick? I need to take a look at the court record. I do? Mr. Gumshoe, what were the members of the circus doing on the night of the crime? What am I... The photo of the crime, right? I know that there were no other footprints around. And it looked like there was a extra set of footprints on the left side before he fell. I knew that much from looking at it yesterday. Not yesterday, the last time I streamed. All of the circus performers gathered on the big top to practice their routines. When you say all of the circus performers, who do you mean? Everyone but the dancers and staff were there. Regina the animal tamer, Mo the clown, Ben the ventriloquist. So let me write down who's coming. So, Regina, Mo, Ben, the mirror shard to the eye. We'll see if we can make a reference that sticks for this one, yeah. And of course the defendant, Maximilian Galactica, and his victim, the ringmaster. I almost forgot. Regent the tiger was there as well. Out of curiosity, what about the circus monkey? When I was investigating yesterday, he happened to snatch my wristwatch. Detective, you are welcome to file a police report after these proceedings. The practice session broke up around 10 p.m. After the practice was over, where did everyone head off to? Regina was playing with Regent, while Mo went back to his room tired from work. Ben the ventriloquist went to the front gate absorbed in his own world. Man, I'm gonna have to keep track of everybody. So front gate. Ringmaster and Max went to the Ringmaster's room to talk privately. That much we knew. Many fans of Boys Love were also fans of Phoenix Wright, Ace Attorney, prompting him to read the genre and take inspiration from them. I see. And then accuse the representation of a crime. Makes sense! Talk privately, huh? That's awfully suspicious. You wouldn't happen to know what they were talking about, would you? It seems they were negotiating Max's salary. Actually, Max was asking for Regina's hand in marriage. The murder itself took place in the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15 p.m. I'd like you to be a bit more specific about the events at 10:15 p.m. Okay, not a problem, pal. We got a witness that told us the whole thing went down. Ow! This is totally meaningless. Time to move on. Alright, we'll just have to revisit that testimony later. Detective Gumshoe, would you mind telling us how the victim met his end? The victim was found bent over a wooden box set as a doornail. A wooden box? That's right. The victim must have been carrying the wooden box when he was killed. Carrying the box, huh? It was a rather strange wooden box, Your Honor. What do you mean? Well, it was much heavier than it looked, not to mention it was locked. Locked, you say? Wooden box added to the court record. This may be my only chance, so I might as well ask some questions. About the wooden box, about the lock, about its contents. Well, obviously we're not going to know what the contents are. About the wooden box. This wooden box, you figure it weighs about 20 pounds, right? Did he say that? Sounds about right. The whole thing is lined with iron. Iron plating. Why do you think it's lined with iron? I figured they just did it to make the box heavier. Ow! I think we could all do without your guesses, detective. Stick to what little you actually know. Sorry. Suffice it to say, the box is really heavy. Much better. You may continue on, detective. The cause of death was blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae in his neck. According to the autopsy report, the murder weapon was a blunt object, correct? You've done your homework, pal. And you haven't found this murder weapon, have you? The police are searching for it as we speak. My theory is that it is something the perpetrator ran off with. You would think so, especially since you didn't find it on the scene. No, I bet he made it disappear with magic. There wasn't much that we could go after Gumshoe with this time. He gave us the facts as he saw them, but there's gotta be more to this. I didn't see anything, but that's why you're the lawyer and I'm the medium. Alright, let's get to my evidence here. The broken bottle. Hunched over this 20-pound box, it was locked by a small key. Small key. Monkey. I solved the case. That's not probably it, though. What do I actually need to do here? So do I bring out the crime photo? Hey Shockstorm, how are you doing? I am thinking really hard about what my choice is going to be here. Let me back up and move to a different line of dialogue here. Gathered in the big stop to practice their routines, broke up at 10 p.m. Murder itself took place in front of the plaza in front of the lodging house at 10:15. Victim was found bent over a wooden box, dead as a doornail. Blunt force trauma that snapped a vertebrae. Why do I feel like that's what matters? You were the second person to mention Final Fantasy Tactics to me. So, I know at some point I do need to probably play that game. It's pretty low on my priority list, though. I have so much else I want to play right now. Yes, Gumshoe's eyebrows are pretty great. Especially if it... especially when it times to the music here. Like that. I've pressed everything because it looped. So I'm about to... Why do I feel... There's no blood. Am I supposed to... To the back of the head, but there's no blood. I'm gonna go ahead and just present the crime photo. And that is not correct because the music did not change. So I will not even dignify this with a response. Oh, I did, and it looped back. I'll try again. I'll go ahead and save as well. Welcome, Hikaru. And thank you for the request, and thank you for wishing me good luck. No worries at all. I thought I pressed everything there was to press because it started at the beginning with the 940. Let me see. Yeah, blunt object, we've done this already. Didn't see anything that's white. Yeah, so I pressed everything, I thought. I'll just repress everything then. Yeah, nearly a blizzard, he mentioned that, and it was at about 1.5 inches last time I asked about it. He said So, why did he say I need to take a look at the court record whenever it was, like, the snow? I'm assuming it's because of the lack of footprints. Yeah, this is exactly what I saw this too. And this. And that was when he started to talk about a witness, but Von Karma interrupted. That's the wooden box we asked about, and oh, that's right. There were 3 possible things I could question him about. Oh, that's right. I know what the problem is. That's where I screwed up. Because it gave me a choice to question about 3 different things: the box, the lock, and then one other thing. The lock. He said the box was locked. How exactly was it locked? Well, it had quite a sturdy lock on it. It took quite a bit to open that bad boy up. So when you found the box, it was locked, correct? Yes, it was. Some of the forensics team took it back to the precinct to crack it open. I see. Continue, Detective Gumshoe. Yep, back up. So now we have to ask about the contents. I was under the assumption that we would not know what they are, because it was locked. Do you mind telling us what was inside that box? Well, when we found the box, it was locked tighter than Fort Knox, so we took it back to the station and cracked it open. All that was inside was this little bottle. Bottle? What is that, Detective? Exactly what it looks like, Your Honor. It's a condiment bottle. What's inside the bottle? It's filled with pepper. Pepper? Why in the world was it locked in that big box? There was only one little bottle in that huge box? I wonder if that has some sort of special meaning. Small seasoning bottle added to the court record. Okay, so that's what I need to find. Well, I think we have a good feel for the details of this event now. I guess that's all we're gonna get out of Gumshoe in this case. You mean all we're gonna get out of him is that little bottle of pepper? Now that we have wrapped up with the detective, I'd like to call my next witness. I mean, first of all, like, she hasn't even stated, like, how my client is in any way involved with the murder yet. Like, none of it's been, not even anything in the opening statement. She immediately whipped people. I'm not even off the stand yet. Obviously, but that's due to you being slow and unable to take a hint. I don't know, but wrapped up has such a mean sound to it. I'm a sensitive guy. Thank you very much, Detective Gumshoe. You may step down. Miss Von Karma, call your next witness. I would like to call Mr. Benjamin Woodman to the stand. She must be talking about Ben the ventriloquist. I wonder if Trillo will show up on the stand as well. Please state your name and occupation for the record. My name is Triloquist. I am employed as an opera tenor. Excuse me, the witness called to the stand was one Mr. Benjamin Woodman, ventriloquist. That role must be cutting off your circulation. I said that I was a singer. Maybe you don't believe me. Fine, I'll grace you with the song. Me. The world of the law. Exciting and daring. Guilt or innocence. Decided by a judge dressed up like a woman. Well, what do you think? It had a good rhythm. It's just the lyrics. They leave something to be desired, so to speak. Trillo, you know better than to insult a judge. Shut up. Just look at your nose. You would think you'd have the sense to fix it. It's so ugly I want to punch you in the face on the off chance swelling would help. You know that your nose is a reason you'll never be an A-list star. Celebrities must really enjoy saying everything that flashes into their minds. I know, poor Gumshoe. What's going on here? Order, order, I demand to know who the witness is. Just don't worry about me, sir. I'll let Trillo handle this. I'm not worried about you one bit. I'm worried about getting testimony. Ow! You won't get anywhere trying to figure out this witness. Now let's proceed. What you witnessed? Once practice was over, I left the tent with the stooge. I mean clown. Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went over to the plaza. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? Let's see. Silk hat, check. Cloak, check. White roses on his chest, check. Got all 3 for 3. Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. You saw Maximilian Galactica heading towards the scene? You're sure of that? Without a doubt. He on his silk hat, cloak, and the dumb white roses on his chest. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stuck up so high? That's enough. I think we all get the picture. Oh man, where did we find the hat? Where did we find the hat? Because it's the only one of its kind. I don't remember how we got it. Oh no, it's the curse of, of waiting 3 days. Just one thing. You said you ditched the clown? That's right, dress boy. Well, since you weren't with him, couldn't that mean the clown committed the crime? I can't remember how we got it. He's got a point. What a shame. It was a nice theory, but the clown can't be the criminal. Why is that? Here's absolute proof. Silk hat? This was found at the scene of the crime. Oh, right. That's where it was. It belonged to the defendant. Without question, he was wearing his signature hat during practice. If the clown was the murderer, there would be no reason for this hat to be at the scene. Well done, Miss Von Karma. Your prosecutorial skills are unrivaled. Well done. Thank you for stating the obvious. Mr. Phoenix Wright, what do you have to say? Okay, I guess she's the boss again today. Alright, so practice over. Let's attempt the stooge. Clown. Hold it. The clown. You're talking about Mo? Of course I'm talking about that old fart. He's so pathetic I can't stand him. Just a little bit of exercise and his makeup is running all over the place. Once practice was over, he was 9/10 of the way to keeling over for good. Poor guy. We didn't have any choice, so Ben took him back to his room. So Ben took Mo back. When it comes to being a first-place loser, that guy's ahead of the pack. Then what happened? Once we got to the lodging house, I ditched him and went over to the plaza, so press. What did you do then? I went over to the plaza to do some thinking. It was awfully cold out that night, especially with all the snow around. Wouldn't thinking in your nice warm lodging house have been a better idea? Mr. Phoenix Wright, I think you should leave the thinking to the witness. I'm a good thunker, at least my teachers always said that I was. That's when I saw Max heading towards the scene of the crime. Are you sure it was really Max Galactica? Of course I'm sure. How could you mistake someone wearing with such a snobby 3-piece getup? Snobby 3-piece getup? Get the wax out of your ears, lawyers nowadays. You're like talking to a brick wall. Max's 3-piece getup. Jeez, could you be any more dense? All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Thank you. Nick, I think you should put a little bit more effort into preparing your questions. He was the only one heading that way. How could that punk not be the killer? You saw Max and only Max, right, Trillo? That's right, and that makes him the killer. There was only one person heading that way that night. That makes quite a bit of sense and makes Max one suspicious character. There's more to this story than meets the eye. Is there something amiss in this? There's no proof. Oh, okay. Choice time. No problems. There's no proof it was Max. Ben only saw Max, question mark. There's no, I mean, there is no proof it was Max. Well, no, except for the fact that they're saying that he immediately left the area after rehearsal. Ben only saw Max? That's a bit strange, don't you think? What's strange? That you only saw Max. Doesn't it seem like you should have seen someone else as well? What? Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Who else do you suppose the witness could have seen? I mean, the logical explanation would be Russell Berry, since supposedly he's the person that would have been killed. That's the victim. That's correct. If Trillo was at the entrance to the plaza, he should have seen the ringmaster as well. Ah! Obviously the ringmaster arrived at the scene of the crime before the witness could have seen him. Anyone with sense could have figured that one out. What are you talking about? The ringmaster and Max went together to the ringmaster's room. Is that, according to the defendant, a likely story? If Maximilian Galactica was supposed to be in the ringmaster's room, why was he, just as the witness stated, at the scene of the crime? Ah, I see. It seems that at this stage I have no reason to doubt this witness's testimony. And there are clearly no conclusive contradictions. He's right. A brilliant judgment, Your Honor. Now let's move along with the testimony. Trillo wouldn't happen to have an ulterior motive for incriminating Max, would he? Well, Max is part of that bitter love triangle with Regina, which is probably why Max conked him over the head. Nick, wasn't Ben the one that got knocked over the head? Yeah, I think so. I don't know anymore. Okay, so we're back at the start here. Do we want to press on something else? Then the police showed up and took Magic Boy away. Press. Around what time did the police arrive at the scene? I suppose that would have been around... Hey, what time was it? Huh? I think it was around... I'd say a bit after 10:30 p.m., I think. Police arrived 10:30. Practice ended at 10 p.m., so you hung around the lodging house the entire time? I guess that sounds about right. Wasn't it awfully cold? I can't believe you'd just stand outside in that weather. Well, the truth is... Yes, that's true, and you know, when in doubt, I definitely want to press everything. So if this fails, I'll go back and press about the other, if there were other problems too. Yeah, I was waiting. I'm waiting to get punished. Like, I try to press too hard, and the whip does more than emotional damage. It just like breaks my psyche. Well, the truth is... Will you shut up, you big-nosed dope? Why are you telling him anything extra? Why can't you believe that we just stand outside in the weather? Well, maybe you were waiting for someone? What? Who said we were waiting for someone? Objection! Mr. Phoenix, Wright, we can all do without your offhanded theories. Though maybe there's another point in the game where you get punished, but I think they tell you when that's going to happen, you just get randomly punished. I think that's the fairest way to do it. The characters are crazy. Yes! It's wonderful! It's great! It's so good! It's like it's the most enthralling part of the game is just playing through the trial. Like you could just like completely lose track of time. But this witness, he's cracking under the pressure already. I'm onto something. Mr. Wright. Who do you suppose the witness was waiting for out in the cold that night? Himself. I'm going to assume it's Regina, except that doesn't make a whole lot of sense, does it? I mean, it makes sense, but like... Well, if he was waiting outside in the cold, it was for one person. And one person only. He was waiting for the animal tamer, Regina. What? Oh my goodness, the puppet's dead. We were waiting outside for Regina to come back to the lodging house. Am I mistaken? Is this true? Well, you can't really ask me that question. Who cares who I was waiting for that night? What's important is what I saw. Don't you forget it. Well, well, well. The puppet may be a bit stiff, but he's right. Eh? All right. There was obviously a reason why this witness was there that night. He spent all that time waiting for Regina to arrive. Moreover, even if someone else would have walked right in front of him, I doubt he would have paid them a second thought. That makes perfect sense. Objection. What did you just say? The witness saw the defendant at the scene of the crime. However, he did not see the victim on the way to his eventual demise. If you accept that, then you must accept that there is a high likelihood that he could have missed someone else other than Max heading towards the scene. Ow! There is absolutely no proof that the witness was waiting for the animal tamer. I guess you got me. All right. I'll spill the beans for real this time. It's true. I was waiting for Regina. Pain! Don't volunteer things. Mr. Quist, tell us the truth this time. And I mean the whole truth. Were you or were you not waiting for Regina at the entrance to the lodging house? I was. I was waiting to propose to her. You are what? Waiting to propose? What's the matter? You think that humans have a monopoly on marriage? The matter of puppet marriage is not under review in this case. You're the judge. I mean, look at your horrible outfit. More pain. Thanks to your bumbling, my perfect plan is not so perfect anymore. Now we have to waste time getting to the bottom of some silly proposal by a puppet. They really are. They really are. It's okay. It's okay in Japan to lie under oath. Don't be so surprised that I was going to propose to Georgina. I even had something to give to her. I kept it in my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. It's Pepper. Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. You were going to propose, you, a puppet. Don't be so obtuse. Just because I'm a puppet doesn't mean I can't love. I guess you're right. Just because I'm old doesn't mean I couldn't propose to her too. Where are we going with this? This is not what I wanted. Exactly. His honor is looking a little less than honorable right now. Okay, Mr. Wright. Please continue with your examination. Did you hear that? His sigh seemed a little wistful. Cross-examination about the proposal. Alright, don't be surprised if I propose to Regina. By proposal, you mean proposing marriage, correct? To Regina? Of course that's what I mean. What kind of stupid question is that? I was going to propose that we become some sort of outlaw biker gang together. Right, Ben? Yeah. Got it? That's the truth. I even had something to give to her. What was it exactly that you planned on giving her? Something shiny so the monkey would have taken it. You know exactly what I was going to give her, numbskull. The only thing I could find that could match Regina's beauty. Answer his question. What was it? It's the ring. You're gonna die when you hear this. It's an engagement ring. An engagement ring? Wow, those two nearly fell out of their chairs. Mr. Phoenix Wright's joke has gone too far. Time for this to end right here. Francisca's whip looks like it's about to lash out at almost anything. One hit from that thing will probably shut someone up for a long time. Pain equals bad. Push on anyway. Pain equals bad. I think I'm going to live to fight another day and shut up now. Nick, don't be such a coward. Kept it from my pocket, waiting for the chance to propose to give it to her. Okay, then I'll go back and not be a whimpering coward. Push her on anyway. And maybe something of a joke, but this is a historic moment. The first time that a puppet has ever proposed to a human. Ow! I advise you to cut this argument short. I'm going to have to agree with the defense here. Will the witness please revise their testimony, specifically about the engagement ring? I'd like to stick to facts, not sociology. You sure do enjoy sweating the details, especially for a man in a black bathrobe. I planned on giving an engagement ring to Regina. An engagement ring? Uh-huh, it's actually a diamond-shaped stone cut from glass. Even more brilliant than the real thing. I think Regina's gonna love it. It's just a ring. What's the matter, Nick? Well, there's gotta be something I can catch him on. Oops. Well, we have the ring here. It's not so simple. From T to R is engraved on it. So we have to say that it wasn't. It's going to be the next line we have to impeach on after this one. Get to my pocket waiting for the chance to propose and give it to her. Whose pocket was the ring in? Mine, of course. What a stupid question. You've got to be kidding me. You think Ben could pull that off? Okay, wait a minute. Yeah, so he was locked in the, Max had locked him in the cabinet, in the trophy case. So, and we only reunited, but like when were they separated? I don't remember. I know Max at some point had taken Trillo away. But that may not necessarily negate what was going on the night of the murder, though. Although unfortunately my timeline is a little bit cut short despite my notes. I'm sorry. Really? You don't have to apologize for that. He's the one who should be apologizing. Really? Of course, I also had it in my pocket that night. It was a present for her. So you went to the lodging house to give it to her? That's right. I tried to give it to her during practice so many times that I lost count, but that uppity snob kept getting in the way. Uppity snob? You couldn't possibly be talking about me, Maximilian Galactica. When I get a hold of him, I'm gonna saw his woodblock in half, and not with magic. Well, they always say that love creates rivalries. So what about this present? In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I've still got it in my pocket. Oh, that's... well... Never mind, I know what to do now. I bet I want the flavor text. So you're still thinking of trying to give it to Regina? Of course I am. I spent 3 months' salary on this thing. I'm not gonna give up that easily. I wonder how much he receives for appearing in the circus. Probably way more than he deserves. How about it, Nick? I think it's about time to unwrap this toy's testimony. That's the spirit, Nick. Give him heck. Uh-oh, the judge has that dazed look again. Maybe you should just get out more. Okay. Trillo, do you mind if I show you something? What is it? What are you talking about? Uh-oh, looks like they're going to double team me now. Do you recognize this ring? Ah, that's mine. Give it back, thief, thief. Didn't you just testify about this very object? I believe you said. In the end, I wasn't able to give it to her, so I still got it in my pocket. Why then do I have it right here? Ah! What is going on here? Oh my goodness, now Phoenix is gonna propose to Regina. This is an awful mess. Terrible chapter. That's... Ben, say something. Don't put me on the spot like that, Trillo. I found this in Money's room. Money's room? You mean a room they put money, like a bank vault? Ha! That filthy monkey is gonna get what's coming to him. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you avoided slandering innocent fiats in my court. Well, Your Honor, Money really is a monkey in every sense of the word. Ah, I see. Well then. Money likes to go after the shiniest things that he can find and gather them up. Shiny? Things? Trillo, when was this ring stolen from you? Well, I suppose it was... that time. You know, that night. The night of the crime. What did you just say? Details. I need more details. Well, it was stolen right after Max showed up in the plaza. Right about when you saw the defendant walk past, correct? Well, I guess you might, be able to say that. The ring might have... well, it could have been taken around that time. Ah! Yow! Oh! Ben, what's with you? Oh, whatever. It has nothing to do with anything, especially not who committed the murder. It's not for you to decide what has to do with what. Now, Trillo, back to the topic at hand. I haven't admitted a thing, not I, Mr. Trillo Quist. What did you do when the ring was taken to Trillo? Trillo. You know exactly what I did. I chased after that ring-snatching monkey Money. But you weren't able to catch up with him, were you? It's all the slow, loafy fool called Ben's fault. While he was fumbling his way through the snow, that dumb monkey was able to get away. That is indeed an incredible shame. Well, this does indeed prove one very important point. Prove an important point? What point could that possibly be? Ben doesn't exercise enough. Got him. Ben's testimony has a flaw, which is that he did not observe the murder. There is a huge contradiction in this witness's testimony. Contradiction? The witness just testified to the following effect. Up until the police arrived, he didn't move from the entrance to the plaza. However, the witness just stated that he chased after Money the monkey. When the witness was off chasing Money, there was no one watching the plaza. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Where are you going with this little theory of yours? I'm saying that there is no possible way that this witness saw the plaza the entire time. That's where I'm going with this little theory, which leads me to my next point. It is entirely possible that someone other than the defendant was at the scene. Interesting, Mr. Wright. Well, then tell me this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Do you have any proof that something slipped past this vigilant ventriloquist? With the glass ring, yeah, that makes sense. And then, didn't steal the pepper. The pepper's not even shiny. Why would Money want to steal it? Do you have any proof that something slipped past the vigilant ventriloquist? Well, he obviously didn't see the victim, the ringmaster, arrive on the scene. However, that doesn't change the fact that he saw the defendant arrive. The witness is lying. He is blinded by his rivalry with Max. Well, the defense's argument does hold water. This witness does have a history of animosity towards the defendant. What? How dare you? I wouldn't lie just to get that dork face in trouble. He's not even worth it. I saw him, no doubt about it. I saw that worthless liar. Well, just for clarity's sake, let's flesh out exactly who you saw on that night. Ha! I've told you so many times, you think you'd know my story's not changing. You've already changed your story, stick boy, and I'm sure it will change some more. Where there's one lie, there are usually many more behind it. Exactly, Maya. That's why we have to keep after him. Yeah, so I have a very, very prominent suspicion we're going to have to use that poster to impeach him, because it's going to have his appearance, and he's going to describe who we saw, and we're going to have to impeach him. Witnessing Max. I'll give you that I was waiting that night for Regina, but that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. I said good evening to him, but didn't even acknowledge my presence. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactic at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. So we need to press some more. We can't impeach yet. So that means that money didn't show up until after you saw Max. That's right. Money ran up less than a minute after I saw Max. Then Money snatched the ring, and you went chasing after him? How long was it until you came back to where you were waiting? Well, let's see. I'd say about... I suppose 5 minutes, I think. So the victim could have arrived on the scene in that 5-minute stretch. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. So we'll have to press him on the symbols more. And that's where we can impeach him, I bet. Press about the waiting for Regina line? So you were only concerned with waiting for Regina that night? That means you probably wouldn't have noticed if someone else showed up. You should think about how many eyes I actually have. I've got 4, you know. 4. F-O-U-R. Counting Ben, of course. With that many eyes, do you really think someone would have slipped by me? 4 eyes is an awful lot of attention directed at one area, I suppose. Yikes, the judge is even more dangerous to our case than Trillo. But that doesn't change the fact that I saw Max in the plaza that night. So you saw Max coming out of the big top that night? Of course, that's where I saw him coming from. I was staring at the entrance of the tent this entire time. I guess that makes sense, especially since he was waiting for Regina. He showed up after I'd been waiting there for about 5 minutes. About what time would you say these events took place? You're one of the dumbest people on the planet if you can't figure it out yourself. You already know that practice finished promptly at 10 p.m., and you already know that I went to the lodging house right after practice. You don't need to be a brain surgeon to know around what time it was when I saw him. Just add 10 more minutes. I'm sure you can do that. Now, what time was it? Indeed, what time was it? What time was it? Let me think about that for a second. Yow! I'm not good at that. It was 10:10 p.m. Ah, yes, that sounds about right. It sounds about right because that's the time when I saw Max on the scene. I said good evening to him, but he didn't even acknowledge my presence. It literally is the Steel Samurai, because this was the exact plot. With somebody wearing the samurai costume. It really is. I mean, I know it's on purpose. I know it's on purpose that it's constructed exactly in this way. Admitting he's a 4-eyed nerd. I suppose so. Just don't tell him you said that. He'll punch you repeatedly. And then Ben. So you testified that you said good evening to Max that night. You must enjoy asking incredibly obvious questions. I do actually enjoy it. You said good morning in the morning and good afternoon during the day, right? And it's obvious that it's a good night to someone at night. What, Ben? You've got something to add? Let me guess. That's not it, Trillo. You say good evening at night. I'm sorry, Trillo. Mr. Quist, I would prefer if you kept your ventriloquist act outside of the courtroom. Impossible. A performer lives and breathes his performances. You should know better. There's gotta be something wrong with this bit of testimony. Ben's half of the comedy act, nothing especially. Trillo's evening greeting. Isn't that a bit strange to you? What do you mean? Well, if you hate Max so much, why would you bother being nice to him? It strikes me as somewhat strange. Why would it strike you as strange? Exactly. How is it strange to be cordial to one of your coworkers? Well, if it was simply being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. This is where we have to go present the bottle. It's not what I'm thinking. We have to present, like, why would you say good night to somebody who smacked you up the head, or at least Ben upside the head? If it was simply being cordial to a coworker, I would understand. Ow! That hurt! Maybe you should think of having some proof before your lips start flapping next time. Proof is everything in this world. You should have learned that back in grade school. There's no reason that Trillo would ever say something nice to Max. But how do I go about proving that with the evidence? Bluffing is everything in this world. But I'm sure you already learned that one. Sorry about that. I'm allergic to the pepper in the evidence. I guess I can give it a shot. The witness will resume his testimony. I'm absolutely sure it was him. I saw Maximilian Galactic at the scene. There's no way I could mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. Okay, I need to press on the symbols. Thank you for hydrating me today. I know, that Pepper. She's that 1 in a million. Gotta have something that will prove useful. I want to press on the symbols, and then I'm gonna present the bottle for the good morning. Yeah, I need to press this, and then I need to press the final line. Just for thoroughness. You are 100% absolutely sure of what you just said. I told you already. Jeez, I'm 100% absolutely sure. There's no way that he could be any more confident than that, right? 3 symbols. Those 3 ridiculous symbols, huh? Out of curiosity, exactly how many times have you asked that question by now? 3. If you're gonna ask again, I'll ask everyone. I'll answer with a chorus. Everyone together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. Everyone's participating. Thank you very much. Maya, you didn't have to join in, did you? But it's fun shouting out with everyone else. There has to be a hole in his testimony somewhere, I agree, but do we have the proof to make something stick? All we can do is try, right, Nick? We've got to have something that will prove useful. All right, time to go to work. I know what I'm going to do. Duh? Trillo, is it not true that you had a fight with Max on the day of the murder? A fight? A fight over Regina, to be exact. It wasn't that big a deal. It was just an argument, a disagreement at most. A disagreement usually doesn't end with someone getting clonked over the head. Ah! That morning, Ben got clobbered over the head by Max, didn't he? What? Oh, that's the judge. Is that an admission of assault and battery? More like a pepper and battery. Oh, ouch! Before we handle that, we should wrap up the defendant's murder charge first. The truth is that on the day of the crime, the defendant and witness had a huge fight. There's absolutely no way they would have suddenly become cordial that evening. Moreover, just consider the personality of the witness on stand. There is no way a puppet this lewd would just go up and say good evening to his rival. Wow! Are you saying this witness is lying? That he is trying to frame the defendant by claiming to have seen him at the crime scene? I didn't tell a single lie. Honestly, I just... That's enough from you, Mr. Quist. Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? Let's clarify this testimony for the court. Could you explain your theory about who the witness actually saw that night? Maybe. Maybe I could do that. I don't know. He saw a different person is going to be my answer. Why? Because Steel Samurai. It is my belief that the witness did indeed see someone that night. It was just someone else. That's who he said good evening to. What kind of theory is that? The correct one. Furthermore, I don't believe the person the witness saw was Max at all. What? If he had truly met Max that night, there would have been no greeting at all. Which means there is only one proper answer. The person the witness saw that night was not Maximilian Galactica. That is why Trillo made the effort to greet whoever it was that he saw that evening. Or good evening, as he put it. What in the world? You... Would the defense kindly explain who it was that Trillo saw that evening, then? Ooh, I can't. Who he saw? Franziska von Karma. Willpowers. Did we prove? I mean, maybe I'm confusing myself for no reason. Are we talking about Russell Berry? Except we just said he didn't see Russell Berry. I guess Russell Berry could have been wearing the cloak, but why? So, because he had a perfectly good coat. So the thing is, I think it's the ringmaster. I just don't understand. Considering the ill temper of this witness, there's only one person he would greet. Because we saw the code, it was unworn and had a slip of paper in it. And it was a cold night, as we keep harping on. So I could only assume he wore Max Galactica's clothes? It's question mark? I don't know why. Unless he didn't. It must be Regina. It's Regina, right? She's so cute! No, Your Honor, it is not Regina. If it was Regina, Trillo would have given her the engagement ring as a present. Oh, yeah, I suppose you've got a point there. It was Russell Berry, the victim himself, was it not? You are correct, it was indeed Russell Berry. The person you saw that evening was the victim, the ringmaster, Russell Berry. That's why you greeted him, Trillo, isn't that correct? Gulp. Answer the question, Mr. Quist. Yeah, so I was about to say, are we, are we saying that he's the one that was dressed up and then something, the clothes got removed and then he slumped over? I guess that's the part. Unless the conclusion is really as simple as he lied seeing Max there and like everything about the description I should just disregard, which I guess is fine. It's just I was trying to be too big brained and try to figure out who would have been wearing the costume, and maybe that was not the right idea. Order, order, how do you respond to this? Wait a second. Well, at first I thought it was the old man. But once I got a better look at him, it was obviously Maximilian Galactica. I think it is high time that we clear the air about this question. Mr. Quist obviously witnessed a single person in the area of the plaza that evening. The problem is identifying exactly who that person was. Was it Maximilian Galactica? Or was it the ringmaster, one Mr. Russell Berry? The prosecution argues that it was the defendant that the witness saw that night. The witness has clearly stated that he saw the defendant's 3 symbols. 3 symbols? Alright, this is getting old. Come on, man, you gotta remember them by now. Here we go again, everyone, all together now. Ow! Yes, yes, we know. The silk hat, cloak, and white roses. A silk hat and a cloak. Anyone could wear them. They'd even look good on me. What was that? Well, the witness has endlessly repeated that he saw Max's 3 symbols. However, how do we really know it was Maximilian Galactica? It could have been someone else dressed up as him. Possibly even Russell Berry. Yeah, that's where I was going. What? Miss Von Karma. Do you have clear evidence that the person the witness saw was the defendant? Well, If that's the case, then it is impossible for me to make a judgment at this point. Yes, I think we finally won a point in this one. That is very unfortunate. Huh? You're just a little too excited for your own good, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What do you mean by that? You merely established one thing from this witness. You established that this witness saw one person in the plaza that night. I applaud you on your effort, but... who that person was can only be answered by the next witness. Huh? Bring on the monkey! Your Honor, the prosecution will provide, beyond a shadow of a doubt, an answer to that question, and evidence that clearly establishes one thing. That there was no one other than Maximilian Galactica responsible for this crime. Very well. The court will take a 10-minute recess. During that time, I request the prosecution prepare their next witness. Court is now in recess. To be continued. I agree with the recess. So I will take one, not quite a 10-minute one. So everybody, hydrate. I shall return shortly. Thank you. All right. Let me get our save established. We are just rushing through witnesses. It's a pretty involved one so far. Um, so they're probably going to call Mo, if I had to guess. Because Mo would have been escorted back from the testimony. Also, he's a clown, and we have to have a clown on the stand. Sweetie, you have to believe me. I didn't go anywhere near that crime scene. So then, where were you when the murder took place? We talked about it yesterday, remember? I was in this ringmaster's room. And while you were there, it was the ringmaster who left the room, right? Exactly, you told me to wait in the room because he would be right back. That's when the ringmaster headed to the scene of the crime, right? That's what it seems like. But the ringmaster must be wearing Max's costume, right? Oh, sweetie, I just remembered. I went straight to the ringmaster's room, still dressed in my stage clothes. But when I got there, I went ahead and took the costume off. Which means? It means that the ringmaster could have taken his costume and went out looking like Max. Fabulous! It's a fabulously possible possibility. Heh, well done, Nick. However, sweetie, why would the ringmaster want to dress up like me? Isn't that a bit strange? If you think about it, all they found at the crime scene was my silk hat. What about my cloak? Where did that go? Double, Wow, Max, I never thought of that. You should be a detective or something. Well, I was never quite sure what to be when I grew up. Magician or president? You have no idea how hard it was to make a decision. That's really cool. Fabulous. This mystery just keeps getting deeper. And so back in courtroom number 2. Now that everyone is back, let's get started. The court is now back in session. Miss Von Karma, please proceed with the prosecution's case. Very well. I will now call my next witness. Pitiful. Why does he need to be an astronaut when he can already fly? Go wherever he wants. He's already Galactica. He's already the universe. A pitiful clown with the unfortunate distinction of having seen the entire thing. Will Mr. Lawrence Curls please take the stand? Why did she just call him a pitiful clown? The witness will state his name and occupation for the court record. In West Clownadelphia, born and raised. Name and occupation. Will the witness please inform the court why he's speaking autobiographical gibberish? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just not used to being in court. I've never been in a courtroom in my life. I wasn't quite sure what joke is best suited to this sort of occasion. What in the world are you talking about? You're in a grand hall of justice, not some comedy club. Since it's easy to see your occupation, please state your name for the court. Oh yeah, maybe this joke is okay. Mom, do I have to wear pants? The sign says no shirt, no shoes, no service. Okay, how about this? Have you had a proctologist? Dr. Seymour Butts, he's back. He's in the game. How was that one? But a couple of clowns, they were up to no good. Your name. Lawrence Curls, professional funny man, also known as Mo the Clown. You witnessed the scene at around 10:15 the day of the murder? Correct? Yes it is. Very well, Mr. Curls. Will you please testify to what you saw that evening? A rabbi, a priest, and a Rastafarian walked into this plaza. Without the humor, please. Okay. Aw, poor Mo can't be his normal stoogey self in court. They do. I know. I'm not the greatest comedian in the world. I haven't been able to make people laugh for 10 years. No matter what I say, all I get in return is a vacant stare and polite applause. Since no one ever laughs at my jokes, I've taken to laughing at them myself. It's a bad habit, but hey, at least I'm trying. Imagine my predicament. I'm a clown who can't make people laugh. I'm almost useless. But I keep trying. I even tried to come up with jokes just for today. But this atmosphere is very nerve-wracking. I decided to try making it more He's not even talking about the case. He's just having a bad day. Seriously, everyone, what do you think of me? How am I doing? Aren't we the ones supposed to be asking the questions here? Witness? Huh? We will listen to your call for help after the court proceedings are over. Yep, yapping all night. Les, please stick with the facts of this case. Really? You'll really hear me out? Well, I'll make sure that one of my staff will be your straight man later. Thank you, thank you. I can't wait. Poor Gumshoe. Now that that's settled, shall we begin once again with the testimony? Of course we can! I'll talk for as long as you want! What you witnessed. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. You have no idea how tired I was that night. I was pooped. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. Yeah, I know. Why is this just like... My good, he's just gonna get paid in laughter. That's when I saw two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. It was the ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. That's very interesting. If this eyewitness account is to be believed, I have enough to pass judgment right now. Of course you can. There is no way that this account can be criticized. However, the witness is a bit, how do you say, off-kilter? Almost like he has some sort of atmosphere of guilt surrounding him. That must be because of my insincere smile. Mr. Wright, please begin the defense's cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Nick, you've got to find some kind of contradiction in his testimony. I know that. Mr. Wright, Your Honor, I'm afraid that if you push this witness too far, it would bring disaster upon the court. So is this one I'm going to get punished? Thus, I sincerely hope you are not going to engage in pointless saber rattling. I understand, Your Honor. If you cause this clown to stray from the facts, I'll hold you responsible. Well, that's a pretty explicit hint. Okay. Why am I responsible? I'm not the one with the corny jokes. The night of the murder, after practice was over, I went straight back to my room. What's pointless, what's not? How tired I was. Thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. So I saw two silhouettes. They're a bit far away, though. This is what I'm probably gonna press. Far away, you say? If you had to say exactly how far away were they? Let me think about that for a second. If my room is here, and they looked about, yay big, I'd say they're about 30 feet from my window. Just 30 feet? That's not far at all. It was snowing that night, and it cut down on visibility. I see. Please continue with your testimony regarding the two shadows you saw. There's a ringmaster, and he was with Max, who was wearing his cloak. Oh, this is where he's gonna screw up and not... He didn't mention his hat. He's gonna not mention one of the three things that we've been screaming about all day in court. You'd say you clearly saw this, even though you were, by your own admission, far away? That's right. I had been thinking about it over and over since that night. But things didn't really make sense until I spoke with the prosecutor, Miss Von Karma. But now I'm 100% certain that it was Max and the ringmaster that I saw that night. Just think about it. How could I be wrong if Max is always wearing his uppity symbols? Uppity symbols? Lawyers nowadays, do you even have to go to school anymore to be one? Alright, everybody knows what to do. All together now, say it with Uncle Mo. See what I mean? It's always like this. The crowd never wants to go along with me, so I'm gonna get punished for this, even though it's, like, really something I should ask about. I must really be utterly and completely worthless as a clown. Yowza! Enough foolishness. Get back on track. Will the witness please testify to what he saw, and only what he saw? Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. You say you saw the ringmaster get clonked over the head? Yes, I did. It's the climax of my story. He really does enjoy the completely random non sequitur. What would you say the victim was struck with? You mean weapon? I have no idea. A weapon wasn't found at the murder scene, right? No. You did say you saw the entire thing, didn't you? Well, yeah, I suppose I did. Wait, no, I didn't. I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you or did you not see the crime of murder committed that night? Objection! I will not permit you to harass my witness in this manner. You'd better have an excellent reason for attacking this poor clown. You just whipped him a moment ago. Just gonna say that. Because if you don't, you know what is waiting for you. A nice What? Look at the size of that penalty! That's basically like the Omni slash of whips that'll be awaiting me. Wasn't that a bit melodramatic? So what will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have any clear basis to believe that the witness did not see the crime? Under penalty of getting whipped? I feel like if I say I don't, I mean... Well, he didn't mention the box. Of course I do. Of course I have grounds to make this claim. Then let's hear it. That's something I can't share with you at this time. What did you just say? Mr. Wright, I know there's something wrong with this testimony, but I can't put why I feel this way into words for the judge. Maybe we should get a bit more information? Once we find something more solid, we can give it another shot. Yeah, you're right. Mr. Wright, before we resume testimony, you know that she must be penal- Oh, damn. So, I will not be taking that. So we'll have to say no. We do not have a basis. Now, if I take the penalty anyway, that's going to be rough. So I am going to have to... I'm wondering if that's the only hint. I saved it a bad time. Okay. Well... That's unfortunate. Well, see, right now I don't have a clear basis to be thinking that. Then this is just another one of your pointless efforts to badger my witness. Thus you have just earned yourself a penalty from me. Now wait a second, Miss Von Karma. This time, I do not feel the need to treat Mr. Wright so harshly. That's right, what he said. Bailed out by the judge. What an honor indeed. If we must penalize Mr. Wright for his display, I think a verbal censure would be best. Okay, so he gets a more moderate. Yeah, I mean, I gathered that that was probably what I needed to do. It's just rough that you basically were locked into a penalty right away. I took the lesser of two penalties. Huh? You know the rules, Mr. Wright. There's no room for baseless hounding in this courtroom. Yeah, so I guess he didn't really bail me out after all. You know, most testimony and what he told us yesterday are kind of different. Yeah, I noticed. We've just got to pinpoint what's changed. He told me that he went to sleep, but yesterday. He didn't mention anything about the window, but he also said he couldn't go into too much detail either. He said he tucked into bed shortly after 10. Well, how do I do anything with that? I already know what's changed. I just don't know what to... Press him on how tired he was. You were pooped that night? Yes, I was very, very tired. Not to mention I had some bad Mexican food. What? The double cheese double bean enchilada is a dangerous menu item. What happened after that, as they say, happens. That was one cool, huh? That one was cool, huh? I hear the kids really love toilet humor these days. That joke was so hip, I don't want to ruin it with a reply. Got a real good reply, though. That joke was so funny, it just earned you a penalty. I thought I'd go straight to sleep, but before I did, I glanced out the window. You just happened to glance out of the window? You could say that. You could also say I peeked, stared, glimpsed, peeped, eyeballed. Mr. Curls? Oh, I guess synonyms aren't allowed either. What should I do? I wonder if I should press him further on this issue. Yeah, why not? Exactly why did you look out of your window that night? Why? Why? Clowns don't need a reason to look at the windows, do they? That's not what I meant. I meant that, well, when we spoke yesterday. Once I had tucked myself into bed, I heard this amazing noise. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like a giant thump. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You forgot? Your Honor, the witness looked out of his window upon hearing a loud sound. He did not just simply glance out of his window that night. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to mention that thump, didn't I? Ow, yow, ow. That's not something you forget to mention. Yeah, what she said. I believe it would be best if Mo would revise his testimony. Very well. Mr. Curls, please revise your testimony. This should start turning the tables in our favor. Problem is I can't take that penalty from Franziska, or I will die, because it does over half your HP. Heard a huge noise outside the window. That's when I take a peek outside. What was the sound like? Well, I guess it kind of sounded like, I guess you could say. Mr. Curls made the court remind you that humor isn't necessary. Oh, how'd you know I was gonna make a good joke? I guess that the sound sounded like, I suppose it sounded like someone getting hit with something very hard. Yep, that's what it sounded like, honestly. Someone getting hit, huh? What then? You went to look out the window and you saw? That's what I saw, two silhouettes. They were a bit far away, though. I mean, I pressed on this. I mean, I don't know what else to press on. Or if I have enough information to go back and press again. Yeah. Yeah, so this, but I know this is definitely different than what we heard earlier. So clonked over the head. Yes, it is. Comes the story. Would you say the victim was struck with? Weapon? No idea. No weapon was sound. You saw the entire thing? No, I didn't see a weapon. Mo, did you not see the murder scene that night? Not. Don't harass the clown. Because if you don't, all my HP is gone. So will it be then, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Of course I do. I've got a great reason to make my claim. And I suppose you will be telling us all that great reason? Of course I will. The reason is the witness's very own testimony. What is the meaning of that, Mr. Wright? Mo said that he heard a sound like a thump of someone getting hit. He did say that. However, Mo just stated the following under oath. I kept watching them, and all of a sudden, Max clonked the ringmaster over the head. If Mo's to believe that when he says he looked upon the window upon hearing a sound, there was no way that he could have seen Max clonk anyone. In 1972, a crack clown unit was sent to... Mr. Curls, how do you respond to Mr. Wright's assessment? They didn't commit. These clowns probably escaped from maximum security clown car. Mr. Curls, are you reciting the C-Team theme to anger this court? No, I'm just stalling for time while I jog my memory. Great job, Nick. These types of witnesses always seem to have a selective memory. You just have to peel back the layers of the clown makeup to find the truth. Maya is not having it. Well, you're back from your jog? Well, it pretty much happened on the way I said. Pretty much. When I looked out my window that night, the ringmaster was already face down in the snow. The prosecution helped me fill in the gaps of my statement. Von Karma. Tampering with witnesses again. So now you are saying that you did not see the defendant clonk the ringmaster? Yes. When I looked out my window, the ringmaster had already checked out. Checked out? Yep, he was on permanent vacation, as they say. Mr. Curls? Your Honor? You did not witness the actual crime, however you still say you saw the criminal, correct? Yes, exactly. The ringmaster was slumped over and I saw someone's silhouette next to him. Very well, then please testify to the silhouette you saw. I expect the truth. And if I even catch a hint of a joke from you, I will put you in a holding cell until you learn court etiquette. Got it? Got it. The silhouette. I was a bit far away, but that shadow could have only belonged to Max. There's no doubting it, especially since I saw his uppity symbols. His silk hat, that black cloak, they were all there. Where's the flower? His face was silhouetted, but there was no doubt that it was him. His cloak was fluttering in the wind, so I couldn't really see what he was carrying. It does seem as if the defendant was at the scene of the crime. You took your time realizing that, didn't you? Whatever, that should be enough, right? It is decisive testimony. Was Max really at the crime scene that night? He said he wasn't there. We have to keep believing that. All right, Mr. Wright. Commence your cross-examination. Ate the roses. That's true. That's true. I'm assuming I still cannot harass, and I need to be careful. So... uppity symbols. I mean, at the risk of... You're sure that is what you saw that night? Exactly what I said I saw that. Exactly what I saw. I've got eyes like a hawk. Don't birds have terrible night vision? But that's not all I saw. You say you saw all of Max's uppity symbols. Yes, eyes like a hawk. I took too long to think of something that rhymes with hawk that I could use to do a gotcha. I suppose so. The silk hat and the cloak, right? Mo, everyone knows that Maximilian Galactic has 3 uppity symbols. 3 symbols? He's worked at this part of the longer than anybody. Yay, everybody get ready. All together now. Silk hat, cloak, white roses. What the? Who cares if he knew that there were 3 or not? He saw what he saw, and he saw the symbols. He just forgot to mention 1. Isn't that right, Mo? Do you like pie? I love pie. 3.1415594658. Silence, fool. You're to respond with the whole truth. No fractions. Order, order. Mo, you didn't see the roses, did you? To be honest, there wasn't any roses on the person I saw. The crime scene was dark. It's obvious it was too dark to see that kind of detail. I will say this is probably my favorite track in this. It's got a good level of gravity and energy. I love it. But the witness said he was able to see the silhouette of the criminal's face. Not to mention that the roses are white. There's no way you could have missed them. Yeah, there's no way you could miss white roses in a blizzard. But I think the blizzard stopped at 9:40. I'm pretty sure they said. Then the roses must have fallen off when the defendant assaulted the victim. If that was the case, then the police would have found them near the crime scene. Mr. Wright, are these white roses truly material to the facts of this case? Clearly not. He's just toying with this court. I got her on the ropes now. Whenever there is a nugget of truth, it always seems to peek out at me, then run away. Someone is toying with the court, but it's not me. Your Honor, do you recall Trillo's testimony? There's no way I can mistake someone wearing those 3 ridiculous symbols. How can you mistake someone with that crazy getup and his nose stick up so high? How could you mistake someone wearing such a snobby 3-piece getup? Trillo saw them all. Trillo saw all 3 of Max's symbols. However, this witness claims there were no white roses on the person he saw. There was absolutely no doubt that this is a contradiction. Now what am I supposed to think? One is supposed to disregard the pointless, but this... Judge, forget the roses. Think about his other testimony. The witness has stated without a doubt that he saw Maximilian Galactica. Nothing else matters. Let's wrap this case up now. Your Honor, it may be trivial, but there should still be doubt lingering in your mind. Frankly, I have my doubts about this witness. It seems that, unlike wine, the witness has not grown more mature with age. I'm not mature? I've come to a conclusion. I'm 99% certain that this witness saw the defendant. However, my remaining 1% of doubt is quite reasonable, which means that for my peace of mind, I'm going to request a bit more testimony. But what? If there are no contradictions in his next statement, I'm prepared to issue a ruling. A ruling? Nick, this is your last chance. There's so many things I have in my evidence pocket. I know this chapter's got to be far from done. There's gonna be like a continuance. There's so much other stuff here. The silhouette part 2. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. However, all of the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations on it. He was wearing the entire time that he was on the scene. Mr. Wright, you've got one last chance at this. Yeah, I mean that's the other part. We have no clue who the killer is. That's why I think we're far away. One chance. I will not allow even the slightest hint of badgering. Oh my goodness. So he'll end the trial. If you are going to prove to me there is a contradiction with Mr. Curl's statement, you'd better have at least a shred of evidence to back up your accusation. I've only got a single shot at this. I've got to be careful. The judge did it. I mean, I know I just saved and I'm saving again, but like, yeah. I understand, Your Honor. One chance is all I will need. But I will be taking that one chance 4 times. Just saying. There's no doubt in my mind there were no white roses that night. Where do I want to press? All the other symbols were there. I'm equally sure of that. Especially the silk hat. There's no way I could forget seeing the decorations. I need to ask him about the decorations because this is the part he's going to get wrong. Mo, be honest. Ow! You promised, Mr. Phoenix Wright, no more badgering. Said no pressing? I hope you enjoyed this penalty. Oh. I thought I thought, like, badgering is in if we pressed, and then we hit a road mark in where we pressed. Well, I'm glad I double saved. So I'm gonna go ahead and present the, oh, so I have to present the contradiction now. Yeah, I knew that, it's just that I thought it was going to be like I had leeway as to what I pressed, but if it entered badgering territory. Yep, got it. One chance is all I need. Like I said, one chance 4 times. Yeah, this is the, I mean, we have the hat. This wouldn't happen to be the silk hat you saw that night, would it? Yep, that's it. That's the hat he was wearing that night. No question in your mind. Exactly how would one mistake a thing like that? I see. Is there some sort of problem, Mr. Wright? Miss Von Karma, where exactly was the silk hat found? Must you always ask these questions? It was found at the crime scene. The crime scene? That means... The silk hat fell off at the crime scene. However, the witness clearly testified to the contrary. The witness stated that he was wearing it the entire time that he was on scene. No, that's not true. Order, order, order! Mr. Curls! Yes, Your Honor? What is the meaning of all of this? You are old enough to know better than to behave like this in court. Hey, that's not just not right, that's so harsh. What's not right here is your eyesight and your memory, amongst other things. Why are you being so mean to me? What did I do? Let me guess, you just didn't like my jokes or something, right? You didn't have to go and insult my eyesight or my memory, they're both great. Seriously, why? Just because you're sitting above me doesn't mean you belong there, no matter how old I get, always younger than you. Why? Enough of these childish outbursts, Mr. Curls. Just who do you think you are? I saw him, I swear I saw him, it was Max. Even if he didn't have his roses, he was still wearing his dumb silk hat. I'm telling the truth. He turned into a bratty little kid. It's pitiful, isn't it? He left the scene wearing that dumb silk hat. He was there. He left the scene. What's the matter, Nick? There's something I've been mulling over for a while now. Mo? What do you want? You just said that he left the scene. Exactly how did the murderer leave the scene of the crime? What? He went... What do you mean, how did he leave the scene? You can't ask me that. Objection! Mr. Phoenix Wright is badgering the witness, Your Honor. Objection! This witness's testimony is so full of holes. Mrs. Von Karma's protest is useless. Grr. You've got a point. Let's hear what the witness has to say on this matter, and then I can present the photo with no footprints. Is that all right with you, little guy? Don't talk to me like I'm a little baby. Besides, what kind of stupid question is how did he leave the crime scene? The answer's obvious. He just turned around and walked away. That's what I expected you'd say. You're sure that's how it happened? Huh? I'm not sure I know exactly where you're going with this. Lawyers nowadays sure do love to harp on the smallest things. Do you have any proof to counter a story as to how the criminal left the scene? Take that! Look at this picture. The problem is the footprints in the snow. Footprints? In this photo, we can clearly see the footprints of the victim. However, where are the criminal's footprints? They aren't there. Ay. So, Mo, exactly how did the criminal escape the scene? Your Honor, this witness has already proven that his testimony is completely unreliable. I move to strike all this witness's testimony from the court record. I agree. This clown's testimony is as rickety as the clown car he gave it to court in. Wait just a second. You guys can't just ignore everything I said. Fine, I'll tell you the truth this time. You wait a second. I think you've said more than enough for today. That didn't hurt. I'm sick and tired of listening to you anyways. I'll give you the real deal this time, I swear. I don't know why, but I get the feeling things are gonna get worse before they get better. Mr. Lawrence Curls. Yes? The testimony you've provided up until now has been false? It hasn't been false. I haven't lied. It's just... It's just what? It's just I was a bit confused on the bit about the criminal leaving the scene. Especially since Von Karma and her whip told me not to talk about what I really saw. Uh-oh. Order! Order! I will have order! Francisca Von Karma, how could you? Stupid power, I love it. Your Honor, if you had heard the truth from this witness, you would have exactly the same opinion as I have. What opinion is that? It's not funny. That's enough out of you. I'm going to listen to what he has to say. Now then, let's hear the truth about what you say you saw. Ha! You're not gonna believe it, but it's all true, I tell you. Try not to waste our time with your idiotic drivel. Witness testimony. The truth. Now it's time for our next segment, Mo Knows. Everything that I've said up until now has been the truth. When I looked out the window, the ringmaster was down and Max was standing above him. He wasn't wearing his white roses, but he was wearing the silk hat. That's what I saw. He... This is the truth now. Get ready for it. He flew. He jumped up and flew through the air. He flew right off and disappeared into the darkness, just like our Balin. That's why there were no footprints. Flying people don't leave footprints. I told you it wasn't funny. Do you believe me now? Well, that was, how do you put this into words? Maximilian Galactica is a world-class magician, but to leave the scene of a crime by flying, there's no way that actually happened. You're right. Why is she right? You believe the other witnesses. Why won't you believe me, especially since it's the best part of the story? To be honest, this is the first time I've heard of a flying criminal. What do you think about this witness's testimony, Mr. Wright? His eyes are playing tricks on him. He's telling the truth. I mean, he's telling the truth. But, like, what is the follow-up gonna be? What he just said was so strange, I don't think he would have made it up. Which means that he is telling the truth? That's what I think. Nick, wait. That means that Max actually used magic. Yikes, you're right. Ow! Only a foolish-looking fool could be fooled by such a foolish fool's foolish dream. Don't be ridiculous. Magic does not exist. I will suppose I will let you all in on my thinking regarding this matter. The criminal disappeared into the sky. I'd love to believe that, but I just can't wrap my head around how that could actually happen. You imbecile! If you disregard a need for proof, Mrs. Von Karma's case is sound. Magic does not exist, you say. Well, Maya is there. I know, I was thinking that. And, not to mention a lot of other stuff. Pretty crazy. But Karma's case is sound. However, I've got the feeling that this case is in dire need of more investigation. Thus, I will conclude today's proceedings at this point. Go unlock some psyche locks! It's an undisputed fact that the criminal left no footprints at the scene. Tomorrow, I want us to find out the reason behind this mystery of mysteries. I believe that's enough for today. Court is now in recess. Hey, sweeties, what in the world is going on? That's what I want to know. They say the criminal flew off into the air and disappeared. Max, I can't believe I'm asking this, but you didn't fly that night, did you? I know you didn't mean to ask me such a fabulously stupid question. I can't fly whenever I please. It's not that easy. But it looks so effortless for you on stage. It's not that simple. I'm not actually flying on stage. I use invisible wires that have them hoist me through the air. Wow, you just told me the secret to your magic. No, I broke the first rule, the cardinal rule, the only rule. I'm sorry, Max. I'm sorry you had to break a magician's creed to keep the magic trick secret. Nick, what do we do now? All we can do now is hope we find the flying criminal in court tomorrow. Great idea. Let's do our best and catch this sucker. To be continued. Again, and we will continue. December 29th, 3:03 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Nick? What is it? I've got a confession to make. I'm terrible at figuring out magic tricks. Magic tricks? Yep, magic tricks are by their very definition tricks, right? But I can never figure out the tricks when I see them. I'm just not good at it. That's because the tricks are performed by pros. They do it so you can't guess the trick. But the trick Pearlie showed me was incredible. Pearls did a magic trick? What kind of trick was it? Let's see. It looked like she pulled the end of her own thumb off. Heh. First she put her right thumb next to her left hand, and then it just separated. She could move it up and down and everything. It was incredible. Really? Was it kind of like this? What? Wow, how'd you do that? Nick, you're like a real magician. See, this is why I just can't figure out magic. I'm no good at it. Especially hard tricks like flying away from the scene of a murder. You'll take all the fun out of magic if you keep trying to figure it out. What to do? I don't see any way out of this. We're stuck between a rock and a hard place. There's no way we can solve this mystery of a criminal flying into by tomorrow. I was thinking, do you really think the criminal flew through the air? The only one who thinks that is Mo, right? He says that he saw it. That's true. Mo looked awfully serious when he said that. Do you think he might be trying to frame Max? If that was it, he would have simply said, I saw Max. That would have been enough. There's no reason why anyone would believe he flew. But what if the criminal really did fly? There's only one person who could do that. Max. You're really not helping my confidence here, Maya. Any ideas? Everyone seems to hate Max. Ben, Trillo, Mo. They all have nothing nice to say. That magician does seem rather full of himself, doesn't he? Especially when he says things like customers only go to the circus to see him. He even hit Ben over the head with a bottle. But what? But that doesn't seem enough to frame another person for murder. And it was proven that neither Ben nor Mo lied on the stand. Maybe Ben saw the ringmaster wearing Max's costume. But Mo clearly said that he saw Max himself. Circus! Very big circus entrance. You hear that? It sounds like two people arguing. All right, let's do it. Are you ready? Yes. Wait. Quit your whining. Let's just give this a shot already. All right, let's go. Row, row, row your boat. Row, row, row your boat. What are you doing? Gently down the stream. Come on, you know that. I'm trying my best, but Trillo, this just isn't going to work. Did you enjoy saying dumb things? You're going to have to be on your own someday. If you can't handle something as simple as this, then what are you going to do? Hello, Ben. Hello to you too, Trillo. What are you doing here? Can't you see we're on a secret crash training course? I'm sorry. Secret crash training? Whoa. Yes, Trillo wouldn't give up until I said we'd try out his idea for a new routine. So, we were trying to sing in a round for our new ventriloquism act. In a round? You can really do that? That's incredible. See, even they are surprised by the idea. I told you. They're not the only ones. You even surprised me with your idea. Once we've got a grip on the basics, then it's just a matter of practice. You think so? Oh, I almost forgot. I wanted to give this back to you. Ah, there it is. Now I've got this ring back. It's time to take one more shot at Regina. Today's trial. I know that you already testified in court today. You want to talk about what we saw, right? Yes. Well, at first we thought it was the old man. Just looking at his walk and how he acted, right, Ben? Huh? Oh yeah, that's right. But then we said hello and didn't even get a reply. Not to mention he was draped in those gaudy symbols. What would you have thought if he wasn't wearing those symbols? What do you think, Ben? What? I would have thought it was the ringmaster. Something just isn't adding up here. I wonder who they really saw. Marriage. I was hoping I could ask you about Regina. I'm completely serious about her. That's why I'm waiting for her even now. Really? That's so sweet. But if you really wanted to see Regina, shouldn't you check out the tent? Ha! You haven't got a clue about things, do you, sweetheart? Huh? Waiting like this is part of being in love. How so? If you had a clue, you wouldn't be waiting in such sweet, wonderful torture. When your body aches for your partner's love, that's one of the best parts. Yeah, I knew that. Poor Maya, she's so red she looks like a vine-ripe tomato. Ventriloquism. So how is this new routine working out? Will you two just take a chill pill already? Our routines are secret. We're going to take the ventriloquism word by storm. It'll be a real revolution. That sounds incredible. But let me make one thing clear. We're not going to take on the world just because that jerk said we should. That jerk? Max Galactica. Performer should aim for the world. Who does he think he is? Trillo, you seem to really be fired up about all this. He needs to realize that he isn't the only one who can conquer the world stage. You're right. You're right! Mark my words, I, Trillo Quist, will win the Grand Prix. You're the man now, doll. Ah, I get the reference. Row, row, row your boat will be the key to a glorious victory. Not to rain on your parade, but wouldn't a more mature song be best? Hey, you've got to start somewhere, right? Don't screw this up. You gotta be a part of this, too. Yeah, so the ring is now out of our inventory. Peppa! Nothing to say about the, pepper. Wood box? No. For right now, move to lodging house. Oh, it's you two. You look like you just got hit by a truck. Shouldn't you get some rest? Nah, I'm taking a rest right now, pal. I've been listening to some crazy clown's life story. Miss Von Karma told me to come down here and do this for her. Being bossed around by a woman, I know how you feel. Let me tell you something, pal. Listening to that old clown sucks all your energy. Every time he's done talking, he looks at you like you should be doing something. I think he's waiting for you to laugh at his jokes. I know that, pal. Do you have any idea how much your face hurts if you fake laugh that much? Francisca really set you up bad this time, didn't she? If you ask me, she should be listening to Mo herself. No way, pal. You're not gonna get me to backbite a woman with a whip. No way. Why are you defending her? Prosecutor Von Karma's always got her eyes on us. And every time you definitely don't want her to show up, poof, there she is. Don't show up. 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 Looks like she's wound him pretty tight. She's directly above us as we speak. Huh? How's that possible? According to the clown, the criminal jumped from here and disappeared into the sky. If that's what happened, it means the killer passed right by this window, pal. Oh, I see. Who lives in that room, behind the window up there? The acrobat's got his room up on the 3rd floor, it seems. The only person we haven't actually seen. Pretty soon, Miss Von Karma's gonna start her own investigation up there. So don't get any ideas of going up to the acrobat's room. Got it, pal? Von Karma. When she's done with her investigation, I think I'll go up there and check it out. Mo's room. Lodging hall lobby, first floor, Mo's room. Mo's not here. If he was here, you would have been able to tell even before you stepped into his room. I'm sure you would have heard him laughing away. What do you think he's laughing at when he's all by himself? I always thought he was just thinking up new jokes. He must really love his work. Oh, I see a banana peel. Really gotta give it to Mo. Slipping on a banana 100 times a day, that's incredible. Maybe I should try giving it a shot myself. I guess I'll start out by juggling. Maybe you should start out by spirit channeling. Just a thought. Mo seems to be a voracious reader. Look at all the hard books he has here. Clowns for Dummies, The Joke's on You, Treat Your Peons Right, and the classic, Funny Jokes Are Funny. Wow, Mo is very studious. The Joke's on You, huh? The clown equipment is so funny looking. He's got a balancing ball, a unicycle, he's even got a trampoline. But they're all broken. Well, you've got to give them all a shot. Trying is the most important thing. He sure seems to have tried them all, but were any of them useful? All those clown costumes lined up like that. I don't know about you, but it's creepy. Look at the collection he's got. It's incredible. It must be a collection of clown costumes from around the world. Oh, I almost forgot. What is it now? She better not want me to try one of those on. I was thinking of starting a costume collection myself. I'll call it World Spirit Channels. We can display it in our office. In our office? As soon as you start paying the bills, you can say that. Look at the ceiling. It looks like someone punched a hole in it. You're right. I wonder what happened. I don't even want to imagine what goes on in here. You've really got to give it to Mo. Okay, that's the banana peel. I thought it was something different, but I guess that entire patch applies to that. So I guess we are leaving. Circus entrance. And now we're going to go to the big top. Huh? Where's Regina? I don't know. But if she's with that tiger, I don't want to find out. Let's hurry up and get out of here. Nick, you're kind of a chicken, aren't you? No. I'm just, allergic to wild tigers. We only have one other place we can go. Actually, there's two. Never mind. We can go to the cafeteria or the ringmaster's room. We'll go to the ringmaster's room last. I bet you we can finally look into that piece of paper. Ah, right. Welcome to the wonderful, the fabulous, the cafeteria. Yikes, he's in an awfully good mood. All right, you know what time it is? Riddle time. Why does everyone cry when they eat Mexican pizza? I'm trying to think if I could figure out the punchline. I do not know. Come on, you can answer this. It's easy. Because cafeteria Mexican pizza is possibly a weapon of bowel destruction? This is wrong. Try again. Okay, what do you think, girlie? I got it. Okay, what is your answer? Because they were in the cafeteria. Exactly! Okay, I was never gonna go that way. You could have given me all afternoon and evening. I wouldn't figure that out. It's an incredibly sad place, that cafe. I did it! What's going on? He's being too nice. Today's trial. Today's been a really crazy day, hasn't it? You're telling me. I didn't think it was going to be so tough. Oh boy. Tough. Yeah, it was a tough crowd. That's what you call a crowd that refuses to laugh. For instance, it was such a tough crowd last night I had to smash watermelons. I told them all a great story and even grown jokes, but no one busted out laughing. You even used the famed no shoes, no shirt, no service joke. Exactly, how can you not laugh at stunning comedy like that? What you witnessed. Are you 100% sure about your testimony today? I saw what I saw, I swear. That creep just flew through the air? I wasn't exactly flying. It wasn't exactly flying per se. It was more like floating. The silhouette of his face made me positive it was Max. I don't see a psych lock. He must be telling the truth. Pepper. Doesn't know anything about Pepper. Wooden box. No. Okay, that's all I can think of I'd really want to do right now. Ringmaster's room. Max and the Ringmaster had their talk in this room. That could have been when the Ringmaster put on Max's costume and went outside. Why'd he do that? Maybe it was cold or something. I know where I'm going immediately. It's going to be to the jacket. You may not know this, but they call this... Okay, so the same thing she said last time. So now she's going to acknowledge the scrap of white paper. Huh? Where? Calm down, Maya. You can't just go rummaging through people's coats. You always make me feel like I'm doing something wrong. So I still can't take it. I guess I'll just leave. And hope Fun Karma finished. Okay. Clearly I've missed something somewhere. Something I can present to somebody. Or something I can find somewhere. Ringmaster's body was found here. I heard that the way he fell over made him look like he was carrying a wooden box. But what in the world really happened here? This is the condenser for the air conditioner. It hasn't been used in a while. What? How'd you figure that out? You're not making things up now, are you? Hold your horses. It was easy to figure out. It was snowing before the murder, right? Well, look at the condenser. The snow is still piled on top of it. Wow, Nick. I'm impressed. Now you should be a PI instead of an attorney. No. Regina. Doesn't want to talk about Regina, so... What else can I... Let me go to the jail. I haven't tried going to the jail. Oh, my sweeties! You mind hurrying up and getting me out of this place? We're doing our best, Max. Just hang in there. A little while ago, some people from a local TV station came by. They said that since I'm a famed magician, let's make your very own TV special. Really? What kind of TV special? Maximilian Galactica, the Great Prison Escape. It would be aired live. Hey, that sounds like it would be an awesome special. But if I do this special before I'm acquitted, they'll never let me out of here for real. Well, it would surely be a necessary addition to your troubles with the law. That's what I was thinking, but the production staff is already working on the show. If you don't get me out quick, I'll have no choice but to stage a real prison break. You seem awfully calm about that possibility. I'd have no choice. It would be a contractual obligation. That's show business. Night of the murder. The night of the crime, you didn't happen to fly off into the... Oh, sorry, I'm tired. Fly off into the sky, did you? Here is how everything went down, sweetie. At the time of the murder, I was sitting in the ringmaster's room. Not to mention, flying off into the sky is not just something I could do at will. I don't care what the Stoogie clown says. It wasn't me. Stoogie to cool from Motto. Max, do you mind teaching me the trick behind flying? You'll have to forgive me, sweetie. The difference between me and cheap imitation magicians is that I keep my mouth shut. I don't teach people tricks, but I will say this much. It's much harder than you think. Today's trial? I was thinking about this in court today. I've got a favor to ask you. Anything for you, sweetie. Be friends with the other performers in the circus. Fabulous! A great joke! Why would I be friends with a bunch of hicks like that? Or hacks like that? But I've won on the world stage. I've won the International Grand Prix. International Grand Prix? Performers should always look to perform on the world stage. But the performers at this circus are completely and utterly devoid of ambition. That is something that I simply cannot tolerate. Ambition, huh? Something about what Max just said rings true to my ears. Grand Prix? Oh my sweeties want to hear all about my Grand Prix, don't they? To be honest though, I've told this story like 100 times already, so it's a bit boring. We're sorry to make you tell it again. You must not have heard me. I'm really sick of telling this story. But what can you do? I'm Maximilian Galactica. I suppose I can tell it again. Voila! Here, take a look at this! I just happen to have a picture from the Grand Prix with me. Just look at that fabulous stage. That is the first stage that I ever flew on. I flew right over the audience. The crowd erupted into applause. At the time, I thought to myself that I could die right then and die a happy man. I'll never forget how I felt that night, the emotions, the acclaim. Wow. By the way, I think everyone who is a performer should get to experience that feeling. I just wish I could explain that to the other people in the circus. That's incredible, Max. I want a trophy too. Hey, Nick, how would you buy me a trophy? That's not how you earn a trophy, Maya. My sweeties, you can have this picture of my triumph. Just make sure that you show it to all the other members of the circus. Hint, hint, hint. Watch and learn. That's what you should tell them. Learn how to get thrown into jail? Grand Prix photo. I'm normally fabulous, but in this picture, I'm the king of the world. I even got a fabulous trophy to super fabulous bust. That's really cool. I wouldn't mind seeing your trophy someday. If you want to see one of my awards, you should just go to the cafeteria. The cafeteria? You mean the one inside the circus tent? Of course! The trophy isn't there, but the bust that I won is. It's in the cafeteria? We were just there yesterday. Nick, did you see a bust anywhere inside the cafeteria? I'm thinking we might have identified the blunt object. Either that or it's the trophy. Grand Prix photo. Do you mind taking a look at this? They don't care. Yes, the Thinker statue all over again. My goodness, the body is willing tonight, but the mind is willing, but the body is weak. This may be a shorter stream than normal. I'm still planning on going for a bit longer, but given my progression of yawning, it may not be for much longer. So present. Ah, not this picture. He showed it to you guys too? Huh? You've seen it as well? Well, you know what they say about Maximilian Galactica. He really gets around. Oh yeah. He didn't just show me the picture. What do you mean? He showed me his bust, too. Let me tell you, that thing is enormous. It's in the picture, I think. He'd make us worship it. Every day, he made us bow to his greatness. I probably do. Either that or I'm going to need another break in a bit, just to kind of walk around and see if I can just kind of wake myself up and just kind of with motion. He's got a big bust. I wouldn't mind hearing more about Max's bust, not that I'm into that sort of thing. Max's bust? Yeah, I noticed. I think that there's something that's set up for, I think, 2 Thursdays from now, but not today. Max's bus should be on that small table over there. There's nothing over there. Really? Oh, yeah. When was it? I'd say about 5 days ago, all of a sudden, the bus disappeared. It disappeared? If you want to see it, there's a photo on the bulletin board over there. Max just had to put the picture up. Oh. I think I get it. I still don't know who the killer is, but it's clear that somebody dangled the bust outside of the window. Although it was 30 feet away. It's kind of far to put the wires. But that would be why there would be no footprints. Max just had to put the picture up. Hey, this thing is really cool. Nick, I want someone to make a bust of me. Sure, as long as I'm not paying for it. Aww. Max G bust. Is there anything else that's changed about this place? Nope, nothing's changed that I can see. I wonder if he's actually thinking about this or if he's setting up a bad joke. Nope, I'm drawing a blank here. Quiet Mo's a good Mo in my book. I guess there really aren't any other things that have changed, huh? Well, there is this one teensy tiny thing that does seem different. Tell us! What's changed? It's gonna be Psyche locked, maybe? On the morning of the crime over on that bulletin board. This piece of paper was posted front and center. Oh, which is the other half of what's gonna be in the code then. Piece of paper? It's torn, so I don't know what it said, but I could see its title. Yikes! It says, "To the murderer." Murderer? Yup, that's what it says, but the rest of it has been ripped off. And I don't know who posted it. When did you find this? The morning before the murder. Before the murder? Yes, the ringmaster was killed the night after this paper was discovered. Who in the world posted this thing? Note added to the court record. Nick, I think this is a very important clue. Well, let's go, Now can I examine this? No, still nothing. Present. Okay, Ben does not care. The bust? No. Okay, so it seems like it's gonna have to be... My hope is that we can go to where Von Karma is, or was. No. What else can I do? He's not responding really to anything. I guess we go back to the jail and present these notes. Do you know anything about this note? The morning of the murder, it was posted on the wall in the cafeteria. I do know all about that note. When I read it, my heart certainly skipped a beat. Your heart skipped a beat? While I was enjoying my morning tea, the ringmaster and company entered the room. And company? I guess it wasn't really a company, it was just the ringmaster and my sweetie pie. When the ringmaster read the note, he turned an incredible bright red. All of a sudden, he tore it off the wall and shoved it into the pocket of his tailcoat. Really? Out of curiosity, what in the world was written on that thing? Let's see. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't want to steal the fun from my sweeties. Go and find out on your own. I'm sure you can find it somewhere. You might also want to ask my sweetie pie princess. What about this? Okay, so he won't comment on the bust. So now we can go back and very likely get the scrap. Hey, do you see that? There's a scrap of paper shoved into the pocket of the tailcoat. You know, I've got a feeling I know what that is. I bet that's the other half to this note that Mo gave us. Then let's hurry up and check this thing out, Nick. Oh, I was wondering if there's gonna be like use of the DS touchpad at all to like assemble anything, kind of like the urn pieces, but no. I guess not. Despite this being a game, I'm assuming that wasn't like the original, which was GBA, and then it was ported for the DS, and then it had like a DS mission. Um, kind of surprised that we're not doing more with the touchscreen on this one, because the other one at least played with it a bit. I knew it. It fits perfectly with the other piece. What does it say? What does it say? To the murderer, I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet at 10 p.m. tonight at the Lodging House Plaza. So I think the mistake here, or the flaw in my initial thinking, is I'm thinking this is a predictive note indicating to the person who is going to be committing a murder, but this seems like it is trying to acknowledge somebody's past murder that they committed. I think that's what this is all about. Evil Dead 2 on the 16th. Okay. I don't even know what Evil Dead 1 was about. I'll have to probably look at a synopsis or something. Which hopefully doesn't go into Evil Dead 2 territory when I read it, because I have not seen anything relating to Evil Dead. Tonight at 10 p.m. That's when the murder took place. Now we need to find out who called out the ringmaster. December 29th, Big Top, cafeteria. Yeah, the original one. Oh, this game was also in the GBA. I see. What? Mo's gone. There's a message on the bulletin board. I'm hungry, so I'm off to get some hamburgers. Love, Mo. Hamburger. Just thinking about it is making me hungry. All of a sudden, I need a burger bad. All of a sudden, I need a new partner bad. Bulletin board for bulletins. Doesn't look like there are any useful clues posted here. Boring. Maybe we should leave a juicy tidbit for someone to read. Juicy? You know, like a fake clue. Maybe something like message from the killer. Give it up, Maya. You know Gumshoe will take it seriously. We actually got that last time. So what am I? Game 4 is the first DS game. Okay. So even 3 is GBA. Okay, we'll try presenting again. Still nothing. Okay, that path... I'm hoping Von Karma's done now. Yay, Gumshoe! Hey, Detective Gumshoe, I'm sure you did a good job as usual. Well, I am done with the investigation of the acrobat, finally. But with Mrs. Von Karma... Nick, what is that? That beeping sound? It's Miss Von Karma. Huh? Every time I hear that sound, she's usually not very far behind. Some sort of pager or something? If you don't mind, pal, I'm gonna go ahead and get out of here. Quick! See ya, pal. I didn't know that Gumshoe could run that fast. So much for being a flatfoot. Never seen a grown man so afraid of a girl still in her teens. Well, let's go inside. It's freezing out here. Uh-oh, this will... Ow! That whip could cut right through me. Von Karma. She really did appear. It was a battle today in court, wasn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Did you have to jump out and scare us like that? What can I do for you? Tomorrow will be the day my dream finally comes true. You mean the story of my defeat at your hands making the national news? Haha, national news? You possess such a small sense of scale. The global news, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Your miserable plight will be known internationally. I think she might be overestimating the importance of a win by just a smidge. Tomorrow's trial. Von Karma, it appears you got your hands onto something, eh? Are we really going to be able to have a psych lock on the prosecutor? A psyche lock? I don't think we will. Ha, I'm amazed you picked up on that much. Anyone could. You couldn't hide that look of victory with 10 pager bags in your hand. I've got conclusive evidence and a conclusive witness. Need any more hints? Conclusive witness? You must mean the acrobat, right? I'm putting in the summons for him to be called as a witness as we speak. It's the final nail in your coffin, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I get it already. You want me to beat and destroy me. I can't worry about her. I've got to try and find out more information myself. Yeah, they only really used it towards the very, very last mission. That's why I was kind of wondering. I wonder if they'll do that for this. Revenge. Why do you keep giving Nick the evil eye? It doesn't matter if you prove the defendant guilty tomorrow. Nothing will be able to bring your dad back. My dad? You must mean the esteemed Manfred von Karma. Of course! Your dad, I know you miss him. Enough out of you. One more word and you'll get a mouthful of whip. Now, when did I ever bring up my papa's name into this? Or any other conversation? Then what's this revenge thing you're talking about? You wouldn't understand, Mr. Phoenix, right? I have to see him again, one more time. Him? I'm sure you know to whom I refer. Miles Edgeworth. What? Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. Why would you even bring him up? You haven't forgotten, have you? Do you know who it was that trained the gifted prosecutor Miles Edgeworth? Manfred von Karma. Exactly right. It was my papa. That means that Edgeworth was right again. Miles was like a little brother to me. Huh? Little brother? Edgeworth and Nick are the same age. Edgeworth. The man who inspired me to become an attorney. I fought against him in a few cases. But after that case was over, he vanished. She's so cute, you love her? Yes, Francisca's been a very, very good character. It's your fault he is gone. Huh? It's the truth, isn't it, Mr. Phoenix Wright? I, I... Nick, what does she mean? Edgeworth's death. Well, I will do that in a moment. I'm going to keep everybody in suspense while I get up and try to, I don't know, splash water on my face or something. I am tired. I will be right back. So let me go ahead and hydrate the rest of you, and I shall return, and we'll get the details. Probably locked behind 30 trillion Psyche Lux. All right, I am back. I feel a bit better. So let's go ahead and continue for a bit longer. Thank you for the hydrates, everybody. Hope everybody got their water in as well. Edgeworth's death. I am ready. After that case, Edgeworth was in a peculiar state, and he got worse every day. He never set foot into court again. And then one day, he just vanished. All he left was a simple note at the prosecutor's office. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death. That was 1 year ago. It was right after you left to go back home. Mr. Edgeworth? He's dead? I don't believe it. He's still alive, I'm sure of it. Somewhere in this world, he's still alive. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth chooses death? Of course he did. You ruined his reputation as a prosecutor. You effectively killed the prosecutor in him. Just like your victory muddled the honorable name Von Karma. I'm going to find him. Then I'm going to teach him the difference between right and wrong with my own hands. Nick, about Edgeworth? Maya, I already told you this once. Don't make me do it again. Don't bring up his name in front of me again, okay? Nick? Von Karma? What? I don't know if you're God's gift to prosecutors or not, but I've had about enough of you. Him too. What? What happened? This dog is all bark and no bite. He's already been defeated. Regardless, I have nothing to inform you two of today. Tomorrow will be the greatest courtroom battle this country has ever seen. Nick? Let's go. We need to talk with the reformer on the 3rd floor. I'm sorry I brought it up, Nick. Let's go to Acro's room. Hi, Acro. You must be Phoenix Wright. Yes. Pleased to meet you. I'm Ken Dingling. What is the name pun? I'm sure there is one. Kendingling, Kendingling, Kendingling. I don't see it or hear it. But here at the circus, everyone just calls me Acro. Mr. Acro. Yeah, I mean, it's not quite kindling. It's a bit of an extra syllable and step. Mr. Acro? How do you know my name? The detective told me. He said you'd definitely show up here. Acro, you're a member of this circus as well? That's right. I mainly perform on the tightrope or the flying trapeze. But nowadays, all I perform in is my wheelchair. Very big circus. Acro, why did you join the circus? When I was a kid, my parents failed miserably at business. Then one night, they decided to run away from it all, without me. The only person who was willing to take my parents' place was the ringmaster. The ringmaster took such incredible care of me. He was truly a lifesaver. It seems like the ringmaster was truly a saint. He was. That's why I decided to do something very important. I decided that I would devote my entire life to finding a way to repay him. And now, look how someone repaid him for all the good in his life. It's such a shame. Sometimes I think that he was almost too kind. Perhaps he was too kind to his performers. Perhaps he was too kind to his daughter. I wonder if he spoiled Regina. Regina is so cute. She's truly a princess. Dingley is like a combination of Ringling, Bro Circus, and Dangling, reference to the job as an acrobat. We'll go with that for now. I just don't know. Truly a princess? Are you sure that's a good thing? Do I detect a hint of a grudge against Regina? Wheelchair. I'm sorry to ask, but why are you in a wheelchair? The nerves in my legs were badly damaged. And you can't walk now? I can't even stand now. And since I live on the 3rd floor, I can't even leave this building by myself. That's awful. The accident happened during an acrobatics session, right? Um... A psyche lock. It doesn't seem like Acro's injuries were acrobatics in nature. What's on your mind, Mr. Wright? Well, exactly when were you injured? It's almost been 6 months since I was hurt. I injured my legs during practice. 6 months ago. What in the world went on in this circus then? When was 6 months? I know 6 months ago was mentioned in an earlier context. I don't remember. What happened? I stopped by yesterday and noticed that you weren't in your room. I was at the hospital all day yesterday. Ah, you went there for rehabilitation? What about the murder? Of course I knew about it. I spoke with the police before they allowed me to go to the hospital. Before I got the call from the prosecutor, I was convinced that it was all a dream. Huh? Just couldn't believe it when I saw what I saw. What you saw? Geez, that sounds really ominous. What you witnessed. Are we gonna have a double psyche lock? What did you see, Acro? That night, I was in bed sleeping when I heard a huge sound coming from below my window. I see. The scene of the crime was right below your window. That's when I looked out the window. What did you see? He was flying straight up into the air. It's gonna... I know it's the bust. He? Maximilian Galactica. What? That's what I thought he'd say. You're absolutely positive that it was Max you saw flying. I'm absolutely sure. There's no doubt in my mind. Nick. Present. I didn't forget about your comments, the pickup about Regina. Regina! She's cool, isn't she? And can you believe such a cute girl is an animal tamer? It seems animals are not the only thing she tames. Huh? Max, the ringmaster Ben. I like the fact that you can tell when he's upset because the birds fly. I like that that's the tell. Max, the ringmaster Ben. She's got them all under her thumb. What do you mean by that? Maybe I went a bit overboard. It's just Regina's innocence. She was incredibly sheltered as a child. I see it seems that way. That's why she can be so cruel. What? Regina is just like the animal she claims to tame. She's innocent, thus she can be cruel. I wonder what happened between Acro and Regina. What's this? That's what we want to know. It was posted in the camera. I know she's a kid, but she's in a circus, so rules don't apply, I guess. It was posted in the cafeteria the morning before the murder. The birds flew again. I love it. In the cafeteria? What happened? He suddenly looks incredibly serious. If it's got something to do with her, then you should go straight to the source. Her. Regina. Ask her about it. Yeah, well, it might have something to do with why he's in a wheelchair, is my guess. We'll find out. I'm assuming I could try to do the psyche lock, but I need to see if Regina is somewhere before I even bother to do that. What do you think of this Peppa? I'm sorry, but in my present physical condition, I don't really know much about what goes on outside of this room. Ah, makes sense. I understood. Don't worry about it. No need to apologize. Wooden box. Yeah, why don't you use this box, once you're rehabilitated, to stand on that platform and go proselytize about how much you hate Regina. How about this grand photo? Maximilian Galactica, right? You'll have to forgive me, but I try not to think about him. I won't even look at it. It looks like something is really weighing on him. Okay, and basically anything Maximilian Galactica related is just gonna do that. Money! The monkey. Heh, money is a great friend to me. That pile of treasure over there is his collection, huh? It is indeed. Money will bring anything back with him. Aw, that's so cute. Yeah, I'm not great with the ladies, but I seem to be pretty popular with the animals. Alright, we're not going to use the Magatama yet. I am going to look to see if I can find Regina. I'm going to go in the lion's room if I can. We'll go to Moe's room first just to make sure nothing happens. Nothing happens. Lodging house. Out in the circus entrance. Then, if she's going to be anywhere, she's going to be in the big top. Grrr. I've got a bad feeling about this. Grrr. Ah! Nick! Wonderful. Today's special must be filet of phoenix. Stay! Stay! Heal! Oh, Maya! Nick! It's you guys! I'm sorry, I guess I made a mistake. A mistake? Yeah, a little one. I was thinking of teaching whatever primate was out there a lesson. But I was expecting more of a monkey than a human. A monkey? Russell Berry. It's a pity about what happened to the ringmaster. Dad? Everyone loved him, didn't they? He must have been quite a man. He was. I love my dad so much. I hate to say it, but she doesn't seem all that broken up about her father. That's why I feel so lonely, now that I won't be able to see him for a while. For a while? Yeah. When Leon died, I talked with my dad, and he told me that when someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens. Star? That means that my dad is looking down on me from the sky. That's why I love the night so much I can see everyone who's gone. When someone dies, they just become a star in the heavens? That's kind of sweet. But I bet you there's no way that Maya believes that. What do you mean there's no way I believe that? Do you think that one day I'll be a star too? Of course. You really think so? Yeah, you will. I think. I've got a feeling that everyone is doing great up there in the sky. I wonder if everything's all right with Regina. Money the monkey. Just to go back and clear something up, why'd you want to teach Money a lesson? Because he's a meanie. He's got something that means a lot to me. Something that means a lot to you? It must be something shiny, right? Actually, it's a stage costume. Is it the, Max's? Because they never found the cloak. It's got lots of spangles. It's really beautiful. You should see it. But no, we would have seen it in the room if that were the case. What are spangles? When the costume gets hit by the spotlight, it dazzles. Hey, Mr. Attorney. Huh? If you saw that monkey, you'd get my best dress back for me, wouldn't you? It's really important to me. Gladly, but we have 3 different ways to say yes. They're all killing each other up in the sky. I'll get it for you. Leave it all up to us. There's no way I could turn down that request. Yeah, you're really gonna do it? Okay, we have to present the note to her. Regina, have you ever seen this before? I know what this is. Really? Well, it was in my pocket for a while. It was in your pocket? This piece of paper was in your pocket? I guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. Breakfast time? Yeah, I always take Acro his breakfast in the morning. That's when I also take out the trash in his room. Then I'd go to the cafeteria and eat my own breakfast. That's when you realized this piece of paper was in your pocket? Yep, but since I'm not a murderer, I just figured it belonged in someone else's pocket. And then what? I wondered if the person who lost it was in trouble, so... You didn't put it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria, did you? I did! I stuck it up there. How'd you know? So it was Regina who put it up there. When did this happen? The morning of the murder, I think. That explains a lot. I wondered who wrote this. Note updated in the court record. So we can check it. To the murder, you haven't forgotten what happened 6 months ago, have you? I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Meet at 10 o'clock p.m. tonight at the Lodge House Plaza. Present money. He just loves to cause nothing but trouble, that cute little monkey. But don't you think using a tiger to scam is a bit much? Huh? Why's that? Do you really have to ask that? It's dangerous to use a tiger for that kind of thing. It's not dangerous at all. Regent's just a little kitten. I've seen plenty of kittens, and that's no kitten. Nothing new. Max G bust. There's no denying it, Max is cool. I want to try flying someday with Max. She's already flown into her own little world. Nick, I want to try flying too. Okay, I'll think about it. Pepper! That's Pepper, isn't it? From the cafeteria. Huh? It's from the cafeteria? It's not? I remember seeing it there. So this was the cafeteria's Pepper. You know, I'm not a big fan of Pepper. No, so nothing about the wooden box. Acro, age 26, gender male, real name Ken Dingling, seriously injured both legs while training 6 months ago. Ah, it's Acro. Is he in his room today? Yes, he is. We just came back from the meeting with him. So I think the critical thing we needed to do was get the note updated. I'm sure we can probably start breaking down some psyche locks. I hope his legs get better soon. Acro's so incredible, especially on the trapeze. The trapeze is that enormous swing hanging from the top of the tent, right? Yep, that's it. I really want to see him up there again. Acro the acrobat. That's strange. Acro doesn't seem to have very many nice things to say about Regina, but Regina seems to like Acro just fine. Guess we're done for now. I'm gonna go ahead and go to the ringmaster's room real fast, then the cafeteria now that we know about the pepper, and then I'm gonna go back to Acro's room and we're going to save and attempt to handle. Oh! Okay, well, never mind. Let's do this first. Something smells fantastic! So we know it can't be Mo. Wait, I know what it is. It's burgers! Thank you for the hydrate, Tay. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to the Bistro du Cirque, aka the cafeteria. It smells so good in here. Those burgers look great. She's drooling like she's some sort of crazed burger monster. My burgers are the best. Juicy meat, toasted buns, special sauce. They are absolutely irresistible to anyone with a hankering for a burger. One bite will send you to hamburger heaven. I bet. I can tell by the smell. Whoa, I'm getting hungry too. Those burgers must have some kind of special power. Very Big Circus is the only new thing I can ask about now. Now that the ringmaster is gone, what are you going to do? That's all I've thought about in the past 2 days. Everyone loved Russell. You've heard Acro's story, haven't you? Like how he was adopted when he was younger? He's calmed down a bit now, but when the murder happened, he was livid. Acro was so upset that he said he couldn't go on. He was that upset? Yes, he was. Anyway, I gave it some thought. Maybe I should give up on trying to be a half-baked clown. I've been thinking of trying on the ringmaster's shoes. What? Really? Max will still be an issue, though. Max? He may be a bit mean and hard to work with, but it's hard to argue his importance. He's probably the reason the circus is still around. A lot of what he says is right. Mo, All that's left is to see if everyone will get over the tragedy. You know, the tragedy. You know, what is he talking about? Get over it? Get over what tragedy, Mo? So is he gonna have locks too? Huh? Don't worry about it. It's nothing at all. He must mean the tragic death of the ringmaster, right? Yes, that's it. You're right, girlie. Dang, correctamundo. Doesn't he mean ding? Mo, I mean no disrespect here, but are you lying to us? No, not at all. What makes you think that? Just the way you said, if everyone would get over it, seemed a bit strange. It sounded like you were talking about something from a long time ago. Eek, 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 eek. Mo, I'm right, aren't I? 2 locks. So now we're getting closer to the truth. It was about 6 months ago. It was just a little accident. Give me a break. Us old men have accidents. I wear big pants for a reason. 6 months ago, eh? Alright. Well, we need to start somewhere. I saved. Let's present. I don't think we're going to be able to do anything until... It's hard to know which one they want me to do first, but it'll be easy enough to go back and try the other one if we're wrong. Mo, please tell us what happened 6 months ago. She did, but I don't know how to do that, or where the costume is. She mentioned it was shiny. I'm assuming it would be where Acro is. Maybe with a pile of other stuff, but I didn't see it. I remembered her saying it, I just don't know how to help her find it. But in any event, let me see what Mo says first, and then I can try to figure out how to find that. What in the world went on at the circus? Okay. Doesn't need to look scary when you ask me. Hey, look over there! Some juicy burgers. Let's eat instead. Fortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man myself. Actually, I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Well, I don't think I have it. I think I need to do Acro first. The damn pepper! Looks tasty. What? You know, the burgers. It looks like I shot a blank on that attempt. Yeah, I'll try that. We're basically, unfortunately, we still are not healed from the trial in the morning, so I can't do too much nonsense. Like, I don't know what caused the accident. Probably won't until... Where can I find it? I'm assuming the Ringmaster's room. Either that or near Acro. Trophies, just like last time. This is the same dialogue. There's not a ton of locations. So it gets increasingly challenging to make sure I pick the right one. Oh, Mo's room. Mo's not here. What's that? I hear something. Stop it, Nick. You're scaring me. Ooh, ooh. Nick, it's money! Oh, he's got his hands on something again. Oh, it's the glittery outfit. That's it. That's the thing that means a lot to Regina, remember? All right, time to take on this monkey, attorney style. Give it back, monkey brain. Stay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Scratch, scratch. Stay. Stay, money, stay. Hey, it's working. It sounded like he was confused at the end of that ooh. Stay, ooh. Yikes. Wah. I knew that acting like Regina would do the trick. Nick, what's that? I swiped it while Money was distracted. Really? You're really on the ball today, Nick. Let me see it. Let me see it. Huh? You can see it fine from where you are. I know what I mean. You know what I mean. I really want to try on Regina's costume. Maybe then they'll take you in at the circus and I can get some peace and quiet. What's the matter now? It doesn't fit me at all. Oh well, I guess it's time for you to lay off the burgers. Not to mention it doesn't look like something any girl I know would actually wear. Stage costume added. So did Acro fall because it was too glittery and pika pika and fell? Shiny spangled vest. It's not Maya's size at all. It's hard to know. Well, before I do any of that, let's go back to her and give her the actual glittery outfit. Something about the way that conversation happened made me not cognizant that there was a quest to be able to find it immediately. It made it sound like, oh, okay, if we ever come into it. Here you go, Regina. Yay, thank you. You really got it back for me. Don't mention it. I love you, Mr. Attorney. Blush, it's nothing. No wonder guys melt to mush in front of this girl. Hey, Regina. That costume is yours, right? I tried it on, but it didn't fit me. Huh? This costume? This isn't mine. It was Leon's. Leon's? You know, the lion she told us about. Oh, the one that someone killed. Well, time to... tell me the deets. Leon, he was killed, wasn't he? That's right, my dad killed him. Why? Well, Leon did something really bad during the practice. During practice? Leon was sitting down, and then he opened his mouth. You know, gah. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Usually when he did that, I would put my head into his mouth. Uh-huh, uh-huh. Wait, you put your head into a lion's mouth? I sure did. People in the crowd always love seeing me do that. They'd always start screaming. Original version Milo's wrong, but considering they never show food, it's easy to change. But in the anime, the joking made it burger noodles. That'd be interesting. I believe that is basically beef stroganoff at that point. I suppose they could have had a happy medium there. You sure they were screaming because they loved seeing you do that? Anyways, what was the bad thing? Oh yeah, Leon bit someone during the practice. Regina, everything was all right though, right? No, it wasn't all right. That was the problem. My dad was incredibly angry. And that's when Leon... yeah, that's when he became a star in the sky. You gotta get the soup you have at home, though. You love soup. Yeah, I haven't had good ramen in a while. Not since I went to DC. With the place that Suitcase had recommended on my most recent trip this year for continuing legal education. Now that was some good stuff. I had some really good ramen there. But yeah, mainly there's like a couple of places here in Springfield, but they're okay. I just don't really frequent them very often. I am getting back into a routine of stepping out on the weekends to go out to eat. That kind of died whenever the Chinese restaurant where they would serve like the hot pots and everything else, where they closed down. I never got to see the owners off before the place closed. I don't know if they moved back to China or what happened. I regret not hitting their car with my car. That might have changed things, and maybe they'd still be here. Who knows? I really don't know. For people who don't get the joke, I tend to really bond with people whose cars I've only crashed into two vehicles, and they've happened to be owners of people who have owned restaurants or relatives of owners that have those restaurants. But yeah, it's a kind of a bummer. But yeah, basically the Indian buffet that they have here, I really wanted to. I really have a good time stepping out every weekend. It's just good because for like years I haven't been able to do that since that place closed, and now I have a place to look forward to going to every weekend. It's great. It can get expensive, um, but I mean, I feel like I either go to Costco frequently to buy a bunch of stuff to prepare for the week, or I just like to. I mean, I'm not doing anything crazy. I think one buffet a weekend is not going to break my bank. So we make a rom-com movie about that. 51st car crashes. Yeah, that'd be great. Or whatever you'd call it. Leon has been added to the court record. Okay, finally, I have something to be able to show Mo. Okay, I think we have everything we need, except we don't have the glitter costume anymore. So let's go to cafeteria. All right, present the Magatama, and then we get to present Leon. And then, of course, the other lock is probably gonna be Acro. Get over it. Please tell us what happened 6 months ago when the world went on circus. Okay, there's no need to look so scary when you ask me. And then, hey, look over there, some juicy burgers, let's eat it instead. Unfortunately, I'm more of a grilled chicken sandwich man. Okay, so now I've kind of got an idea of what happened back then. Mo, you said something about an accident. This wouldn't happen to be the cause of that accident, would it? Leon. I heard a little bit about it from Regina. Leon made a mistake during a performance, right? What? I told them so many times, you shouldn't be doing dangerous performances like that. Putting their head inside of Leon's mouth was part of an act? But Regina believed in Leon. She believed so strongly that the ringmaster went along. He could never say no to her. Out of curiosity, who was bitten? Come on, Mo, don't clam up on me now. Who did Leon bite in the head? On the head? Was it on the head? Well, I promised I wouldn't say anything. You promised? He's involved in this too. He's involved, huh? Must be talking about... And it's gonna be Acro, which is why he's wearing that little head, like Wonder Woman, Sailor Moon tiara looking... I don't know what to call it. There's a name for it, I'm sure. It must have been Acro, right? How'd you know? Don't worry about that, Mo. Getting to the bottom of this accident may help solve what happened to the ringmaster. No, no way. I need to know the truth about what happened to Russell. Please tell me what you know. I'm sorry, Acro. Unlock successful. I'm fully healed! Get over it. It's just like you said, you know, the accident. Did someone die? No, but it would have probably been better if he had. Good to see you as well. Welcome. We're still going, and after getting all of the yawns out and getting up and stretching and moving, I'm doing quite a bit better. I have no hearings tomorrow, but somebody scheduled a 4:30 appointment on a Friday after having an afternoon free, except for 4:30. So that paralegal must not like me a whole lot, because I don't know who in the right mind would want to do anything 4:30 on a Friday. No, but it would have been probably better if he had. What? How would that have been better? He's still alive. But when he got bit, he suffered massive brain damage. He'll never recover from the coma that he's in. Coma? What? All he does now is lay in his bed at the hospital? Did I hit their car too? No, I did not. And that's all he's ever going to be able to do. I see. No, see, in my universe, if I hit their car, we'd be besties. That's how it would work. And then they would open up a restaurant, apparently. How is he related to Acro? He's his brother. Unless he's actually the brother, and... Huh? The person who got bit was Acro's brother. But brother? They were an acrobat team of brothers, Acro and Bat. Oh, okay, well, that's not... Okay. Cute nicknames, I thought. Anyways, they were an incredible team. Cut down at the same time. Acro's brother. Who is Acro's younger brother? Sean Dingling. Sean Dingling. Okay, there's not really a pun there. But everyone always called him Bat. He fell in love with Regina. Who has it in this damn circus at this point? Trying to win her love was his downfall. Everyone seems to fall in love with Regina, right? 6 months ago, while we were practicing, all of a sudden Bat blurts out, "Let me perform with Leon." Why do you do that? I don't know, but that's what caused the accident. I'll never forget that moment. It was so strange. Leon had the weirdest look on his face. He was smiling. It's because of all the pepper in his hair. And then he went, achoo, and bit his head off. You mean Leon? Wait, what if that's actually what happened? What if I'm doing it again? Yes, Leon, when he bit down, he was smiling. You know what? I actually think I'm right. But who did it? Some sick grin. Because people's eyes shut when they're sneezing. No way, that's impossible. A smirking lion? A flying murderer? My theory is that Pepper was used to make Leon sneeze, and then he wasn't smiling, he was mid-sneeze, and then that's what caused him to bite the head. Chekhov's pepper. But like, I'm trying to figure out who did it. But I think I'm pretty confident that that's what happened. I just don't know. Cause like, how else is the pepper gonna matter? That has to be how it matters. Why else would it be in the damn box? Why does it seem like it's always Mo who catches all of these incredible events? Nick, can lions smile? We never told the police about the incident. The circus would have shut down if we had. The next day, the ringmaster took Leon out and shot him with a rifle. So that's what really happened. Well, you guys were so serious, what was I supposed to do? I had to tell you. But all this truthfulness has put me in the mood for a burger. Here, you two have some pepper. Yeah, really twist the knife into my theory and let me know I'm right. Shaka, 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 shaka. There he goes again, acting like his normal crazy self. Achoo. Achoo, nice, what a wonderful sneeze. Huh, you think so? You sneeze with pepper and slip on a banana, that's basic clownsmanship. Girly, I know you gotta understand that. Nick, I think I'd make a good clown. Other than Regina, I've never seen a cuter sneezer. Does Regina sneeze with pepper too? She does. Bat would always tease her with pepper. But Bat, from my point of view, those two always look so perfect together. They looked perfect together, huh? Why are you so sad? Put some pepper in your stepper. Doesn't know anything about it. Yeah, Bat was 24. I mean, it's not the record. The record's already held by Ben. I don't know if that's going to be broken anytime soon. Oh wait, the judge. I mean, well, nobody else within the circus anyway. All right, it's time to talk to Acro. But wait a minute. I mean, I know the story now, but I didn't have anything updated in my court record, right? Could I have done either at any time? I wonder if... Hopefully this is enough. I got the lion and the bat. That's right. We got Bat as the character. The wiki says 22. I in any event, it's still bad. Ah, Mr. Wright, back again, I see. Well, he did say I'll be back. Wait, or was that someone else? We're back because Acro's hiding while his legs were injured. He was hurt in the accident 6 months ago. It would seem that he knows that we know. Well, it seems you've got things you want to talk about, so fire away. So basically, that's the game acknowledging, yeah, you have everything you need, which I appreciate. I think that's definitely useful for like a 3-lock challenge to know you have everything. It doesn't do it for all of them, which is a shame, but I'm glad it does it for at least some. How does this make you feel? What do you think of this? Okay, it doesn't have anything to say. Lately, I've been confined to this room, so I don't have a clue what goes on with the circus. Oh, okay. Yeah, understandably you wouldn't recognize the dude. Anyway. Take that! About the wheelchair. I have to ask you, how are you injured? I'm sorry. I thought we talked about this. It was an accident that happened during practice. An accident during practice. Yes, unfortunately, acrobats are prone to all sorts of injuries. So you'll never believe this. I was on a trapeze, and then I sneezed, and then... He's lying. If that were the real cause, he'd have no reason to keep it a secret. Acro, you really telling me that a practice accident was the cause of your injury? I don't know what are they wanting me to do with this? The version with the locks to be broken is true. Am I supposed to pick Regina? I am not. Alright, Acro, just tell me the truth. Do you mind if I ask you a question first? What do you want to know? Do you really think I could get an injury like this from something like that? I suggest a net if you ever try the tightrope. He's right. I slipped up just now. I've got to rethink things. Accident during practice. Is it just a serial lion attack? I guess the accident has more of a ripple effect than we realized. So I'm gonna pick Leon then. Leon, 6 months ago you were attacked by the lion. Oh, was he? I mean, I thought they mentioned Bat was. I missed the part where he got attacked. Or maybe if I read it, I didn't acknowledge it or internalize it. That's when you were injured. I know I'm on the right track. I just need to keep going. You're saying that I was attacked? By a lion? That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright, but I'm an acrobat. I'm no animal tamer. If a lion was coming at me, I'd be running for the exit. I'm not sure if attack is the best word to be using. You must have battled the lion. You seem to enjoy telling jokes. Why would I decide to battle a lion? Because you had to fight it. You had to fight it to save someone. And it's going to be... So, is this where he was the one who used the pepper? But something... That doesn't make any sense. What would have gone wrong the first time if not the pepper? Relationship with a minor that says it's legal in most states, including California and Japan at the time. 16 is the minimum age for girls to marry. Okay. Doesn't make me feel good to know that. It was a shame what happened to your brother 6 months ago. You tried to save him, didn't you? And that's how you got that terrible injury. Mo. He must have told you. Yes, we learned about Bat from Mo, but he didn't mention anything about you in regards to the accident. I suppose it was just a slip of the tongue on his part. That's how I figured it out. A slip of the tongue? Anyways, they were an incredible team, cut down at the same time. Oh. That was how we were supposed to know it was the lion? I don't think that's really... Okay. Cut down at the same time. That was where he slipped, and that's how I figured it out. You two ended up wrapped up in the same accident together, like always. I see. But an accident is an accident. It wasn't anyone's fault. I still haven't broken Acro's psyche lock. He must have an incredibly deep-seated secret. It wasn't anyone's fault. Do you care to explain more? I stole rations from Mother Base. Acro, I know you are still hiding something from me. Maybe something you don't seem to like much is the reason you're evasive. Regina. You always seem calm and collected until you start talking about her. Saying things like, she is cruel. Well done, Mr. Attorney. You've got quite the set of eagle eyes. You know, her tiger tried to attack me. Regent tried to attack you? Twice. Haha, he wasn't serious, I'm sure. You're not trying to insinuate that I believe she spurred on Leon to attack Bat, are you? Leon was never taught a command to attack people. Regina isn't capable of doing anything like that. Besides, Regina had no reason to want to hurt my little brother. Regina and Bat were such good friends back then. But you still hate Regina! I've got proof of it! What? What are you talking about? Doe, maybe I overdid it again. But if I can hand something over to Acro, maybe it'll... Here's proof that you had it out for Regina all along. Know each other. Yeah. This? Where did you get it? Regina posted it on the bulletin board in the cafeteria. Before that, it was in her pocket. I guess I noticed it was there around breakfast time. I always take Acro as breakfast in the morning. You wrote this, and then you put it in her pocket. That's right, isn't it? That's right. Well done, Mr. Wright. Unlock successful. Give me my HP back. Wheelchair. My legs were injured by Leon. 6 months ago, my younger brother, Bat, had a dare with Regina. A dare? An absurd dare. Want to see me chug this pepper? Is that the dare? I don't know. If I could put my head inside of Leon's mouth like you do, you have to go to the movies with me on a date. That's insane. Didn't you know how dangerous this is? And the worst part is, she never took him to the movies. We all thought he was being stupid too. But That line was very old to begin with, and age brought with it countless experience in doing that very trick. Unfortunately, this particular time, I guess Leon wasn't ready or willing, and that's when the accident happened. He just wanted to take her out to the movies. Poor Bat. When Leon chomped down, I jumped towards him. Then Leon attacked me, and that's how I ended up. What about Bat? He's still in a coma. I went to the hospital yesterday to visit him. I see. I'm still waiting for him to open his eyes again. And that's the reason why I keep going. Regina and Bat? Bat and Regina. They were such great friends. Oh yeah, I wanted you to take a look at this. What is it? This is the scarf my brother was wearing when Leon attacked him. Gross, it's covered in blood. This scarf was a present from Regina to my brother on the day of the accident. She spiked it with pepper. She's the murderer. When he did it, he looked like he was smiling. He? Leon, obviously. What? When he bit down on Bat's head. But like... I mean, yeah, but like... There's only one big hole in my theory. Like, he's the one who proposed the dare. If she were the one who was like, I would take you to the movies if you did this, I would get it. But like, just by random happenstance, he proposed the dare and then handed the scarf? I don't know. That's the only part that makes me want to kind of back off my theory a little bit. It's just like, I don't know. It's so implausible. I mean, but like, since when has plausibility been, been a thing in this game, though? The expression on Leon's face looked like a grin. Nick! I know. Most said the same thing. What do you think it all means? I'll be taking that scarf, if you don't mind. Von Karma? I've already heard everything, so hand over the scarf. But the scarf is evidence of the trial. That is for me to decide. I think we should begin our preparations now, Acro. Preparations? I've served a summons on Acro to appear in court tomorrow as a witness. Acro will talk more at the prosecutor's office. Acro, a witness? Come, Acro, let's go to the office. Yes, ma'am. Now what do we do, Nick? How are we going to handle tomorrow? Don't worry about it. I'll figure something out. Look at you all full of confidence. You must have found something you can use. This is all beginning to come together now, it is. I think I get it. I think we have everything we need. And I am going to put another push forward. So I'm going to go ahead and take another quick break. And hydrate everybody. Be right back. I don't know how much more is left. I don't know if this is the last court case or not, but we'll see. I feel like we are close to, we have to be close to being done. I will be right back. No, yes. So, Shockstorm. Yes. So Tay was, as Tay indicated, it's going to be the final stretch of this particular case. There's still going to be a fourth case, and I'm just gonna be honest. It's gonna take 2 streams to probably do case 4, and I don't even mind that. I like the fact that the cases are, decently, you know have a decent amount of actual content to each of them. I do like the fact that my brain will like look at the smallest, most minute details, and I'll be like, ah, yes, that is clearly from Pepper. But I will, in game 1, case 2, literally showed the murderer at the beginning of the game, and I like completely like did not I completely glossed over and felt my brain filed that as unimportant, and Tay had to remind me later, they showed the murderer at the beginning. I'm like, oh yeah, they did do that, didn't they? I forgot. So, enjoy my fun little selective attention. December 30th, 9:41 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Good morning, Max. Oh, yeah. Good morning, sweeties. You don't seem like your usual sparkling self today. I'm always like this before I go in front of an audience. I'm working up to it. Teehee. Don't get nervous, Maxie. Here, have a glass of milk. Regina? How fabulous, my sweetie pie princess. You came to watch my performance today? Of course I did. Mo told me that I should come and watch this. Mo said that? So what kind of performance will you put on today? Let me guess, you'll fly at the end? It's not that kind of show. Isn't that right, my sweetie? Huh? I think my sweetie pie princess doesn't. Yeah, she doesn't seem to realize what's going on, or even where she is. Yeah, if they show me something, yeah, sometimes I don't realize something's visual importance, even though it's like really important. Sometimes, I guess that's it. I don't know. Well, Max, it looks like it's time to raise the curtain. I'll see you later. Today I'm just a member of the audience. Fabulous. Enjoy yourself out there. Good luck, Max. You're the best. Regina's different, don't you think, Nick? Top of the morning to ya. Everybody, let's get ready to get stuck in legal limbo. How low can you go? Mo? Top of the morning to ya, governor. Top of the morning. That's the ticket. Attacking of the day starts the energy in the morning. The early bird gets the worm, but then again, worms lack higher brain function. Here, Max, I brought you. What is it? There's so much milk. Have some milk. Oh my, thank you. So how are you today, Wright? Well, I've got the feeling that today I'm going to face off against the real criminal. You mean Acro? Huh? You think he did it? Be careful. He's used to putting his life on the line. Literally. He's got guts to spare. If all I've got to worry about is how thin the tightrope is, I'm used to it already. It just means that I won't be able to press him like I can other witnesses. Okay, I'll remember that. What are you gonna do with him then, Nick? I guess today we'll just have to do without our usual psychological warfare. Today we rely on evidence. It's the only way we'll get past Acro and the truth. You're right, but it's gonna be tough. Anyways, I want you to make sure that Regina sees it all today. It's important. Then she'll finally have to deal with the reality of what happened to her father. You want us to make sure Regina watches? Yes, that's why I brought her here to court today. What's that supposed to mean? She needs to know that when people die, they don't just become stars. I may be an old-fashioned clown, but I don't believe in people becoming stars. December 30th, 10 a.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. The court is now in session in the trial of Maximilian Galactica. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Very well, Miss Von Karma, you may proceed with your case. The prosecution would like to revise its previous theory of events. What's the meaning of this? We have discovered a new witness, or shall I say a new eyewitness. One that saw Maximilian Galactica fly off from the scene of the crime. Order! Order! I had a feeling something like this would come up. Due to this revision, we are now prepared to explain how the defendant flew that night. An explanation the prosecution will present if the need so arises. In fact, my detective stayed up all night creating a mock-up of the scene on my orders. Poor gumshoe. And Phoenix said it exactly the same way I did. Very well, please call your witness to the stand. Time to get to work, or shall I say, time to walk a courtroom tightrope. He just takes the birds with them. Name and occupation. Ken Dingling, but everyone calls me Acro. I'm employed as an acrobat at a very big circus. Where were you the night of the crime? I was in my room that night. If you look at the map, you will see the witness's room is near the crime scene. Now, we actually have a map in our inventory. We haven't used it yet. I don't know if it was for our own benefit or if we can actually use it. Witness's room is near the crime scene, so it's the 3rd floor. My room is on the 3rd floor, and the crime scene is below my window. The night of the crime, the witness saw something quite shocking. Would you tell us what you witnessed? Okay. What you witnessed. It was just after 10 p.m. and I was resting in my bed. Around that time, I heard a large thump noise from outside the window, so I can't press. Do not press. Then a few moments later, I saw someone flying right by my window. It was Max Galactica. I only saw him from behind, but that's who it looked like. To be honest, when I saw that, I thought I was dreaming. This witness's testimony matches up exactly with that of the clown. If that's the case, there is very little the prosecution need add. All that's left is to explain how the defendant disappeared into the sky that night. Before we get that far, I'd like to cross-examine the witness. A foolish choice by a foolish fool who wishes to feel the foolish sadness of a sad fool. A man must know the proper timing for things, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Just like your old friend, Mr. Miles Edgeworth did. Mr. Wright, do you have a problem with the witness's testimony? No, I have a problem with Francisca at this point. So, like, the judge lacks about the prosecution changing the theory of the case mid-trial. Yeah, I mean, everything keeps changing every trial midway through it. In the words of Miss Von Karma, may I quote yesterday's proceedings? There's no way that actually happened. Very well, you may proceed with your cross-examination. But I can't press him. Okay, so do I present? I can press. Okay, because I was about to present the statue right now. I see. The light in your room was turned off then, right? That's true. I was going to bed after all. So with the lights off, you were still able to clearly see a human fly by your window? The safety lights lit things up enough for me to see, but honestly, there was only enough light for me to see the silhouette outside my window. It was the person's back, so I couldn't see the white roses on the front. Did you see any of the other symbols? I clearly saw the silk hat, as well as the cloak wrapped around his body. I'm convinced that the person I saw was Max Galactica. The more I press him, the less results I seem to get. But maybe there was something fishy with this latest bit of testimony. There is a contradiction. I have a right to press. I should press to my heart's content. I will. There is a contradiction. There was a huge contradiction with the testimony that was just given. If there's a contradiction, then prove it with evidence. I don't know if I actually can. Let's see some evidence. Do you have any evidence to support your claim of a contradiction? Unless we're talking about... You mean the fact that we have the hat? You claim to have seen the exact same thing Mo saw that night. Do you stand by that? What do you mean? The silk hat. What about the silk hat? I saw it on Max's head as he flew by my window. Well, you should have tried looking down out of your window that night. That would have been quite difficult considering the state that I'm in. Just looking outside of the window was tough enough challenge for me. That's a shame because you would have noticed the silk hat found on the scene. That's the ringmaster's hat, right? Afraid not. No matter how you look at it, this is Max's silk hat. Although it's funny you mentioned the ringmaster's hat. Where are you going with this, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Max has 2 silk hats? No, this is a handmade, one-of-a-kind model made only for Maximilian Galactica, which means Acro. That you've been fibbing on the stand. Order, order. Like always, someone has to open their mouth before thinking. Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this court today? I don't want to pick any of them, to be quite honest. I mean, everybody has a grudge against. I don't think any of these answers are right. Perhaps it is because Acker has a grudge against the defendant. None of these reasons are correct, which is why he's trying to frame Max. We're just trying to run with this until something happens, I feel. Ow! Why me? What did I do? Never get your fat head in the way of a whip bent on finding justice. Mr. Phoenix Wright, I have no interest in your silly little theories. He has a grudge against the defendant, huh? You wouldn't happen to have proof of that? No, I don't. Well, that's the thing. Mr. Wright, thanks to you, I got my head lashed by Miss Von Karma's whip. I don't like getting hit for nothing, so how about you answer with an explanation? Are you okay, Nick? Well, I opened my big mouth, and now I have to back it up. How about it, Mr. Wright? What would cause this witness to commit perjury in this courtroom? So it's not that. So I have to pick he was the real culprit? I mean, I don't believe it, but I think that's what the story is leading me to believe. Your Honor, on this occasion, the defense accuses Acro himself. On this occasion? Accuses Acro? What in the world are you accusing him of? Obviously, we accuse him of the murder of Mr. Russell Berry. Mr. Wright, are you serious? Deadly serious, Your Honor. Ha ha ha. I think your trips to the circus have served you well. You seem to remember how to try and grab at an audience's hearts and minds. Your Honor, don't allow yourself to be swayed by theatrics. Trying to wow the crowd with smoke and mirrors is the oldest bluff in the book. Really? If you don't believe me, just look at the witness. He's calm enough for it to be... to almost be scary. You stayed rather comical. This is very good. Mr. Dingling, do you have any response to the defense's accusation? I don't really need to say a thing, do I? What do you mean? Everyone, take a good look at me. I can't even stand up on myself, let alone leave this lodging house. That's true. I understand that Mr. Wright is just trying to help his client. But to do this by accusing me of a murder of all things? See, even a silver of common sense. A silver? I don't think that's the right one. You what? I think you screwed up your word. Of common sense makes it clear this accusation is ludicrous. She's right. Way to pick on the disabled, you heartless, cruel man. Phoenix is a poopy head. See that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? If you're trying to drum up support from the peanut gallery, that's how you do it. I think that's enough of this little game. I've got a doctor's note to confirm that Acro is unable to stand under his own power. Maybe the defense is planning on making a claim to counter this as well? I can hear the defense now. Acro had an accomplice. What do you say about this, Mr. Wright? Did Acro have an accomplice? Yeah. I mean, he would have had to. There's no reason for me to say he didn't. It's impossible for Acro to be the murderer in this case. If that's the case, then it's natural for one to consider a possible accomplices. You don't say. Not good, not good. This isn't going to end well. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? You must not have heard the sound just now. Maybe it wasn't clear enough. The sound of you falling into your own trap that can be hard to notice sometimes. Mr. Wright, it seems as if you won't be stopping at Acro, but will be making other accusations. If Acro did not have an accomplice, things are not looking good for you. I understand, Your Honor. Very well. Let's continue. Who, perchance, would happen to be Acro's accomplice? I mean, the only person I can think of would be Regina. The tiger. I mean, it'd be funny if it was bad. But it's not gonna be bad. The only person, I mean, it's either Mo, which I don't... It's either gonna be Mo or Regina. You don't say! Uh-oh. This is suddenly looking very, very bad. Don't tell me you think you're going to get off easy. What? Did you hear that? Okay, sound of me getting caught in my own trap. Okay, so do I get a do-over? Okay, what a splendid accomplice. I'm sure this accusation is built on a solid foundation. Foundation? Yes, Mr. Wright. Do you have any proof that this person you've accused was indeed an accomplice? Oh, shoot. I needed to pick Acro. Or no, I needed to pick money. Shoot. Shoot. Well. Do I have any proof? Who's the monkey? Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor? This piece of evidence is lacking in persuasive power. You didn't miss that sound, did you, Mr. Phoenix Wright? You know, it's okay. He's receiving a penalty. What are you doing, Nick? What do you say about this? Of course he did. Maybe it's I guess an evidence. Money the monkey. You don't say, same thing as before. I may be stuck here for a while until I figure this out. Foundation. Any proof that they were the accomplice? No, I don't. Yeah, I don't know what I am actually doing with this info here? I never thought of an accomplice angle for any of this, so I really don't have anything in my head. Maybe he didn't have an accomplice. Well, I mean, he had to have had an accomplice. Unless this is just a dead end and nothing. I mean, the judge is being so vague. I mean, the fact that the judge is being so vague makes me think this is not it. Because it's like, do you think that, oh, you accuse X person. What makes you think X person did Y? And it's just like... So... Who's the culprit? Pepper and... Do we have any proof? Yeah, so we'll have to go redo all of that. I am too low on health. Yeah, I was about to say, whenever they started making me go down this path, I was like completely, utterly confused and lost, because I'm like, of course he didn't. Now then, this must be when we get to hear the name of the mystery accomplice. Oh, I chose the... What was the original question? Not this time, Von Karma. What? You're not going to sucker me into this one. What are you blabbering about, Mr. Wright? There was no accomplice. Acro planned to commit this murder all by himself. Yeah, I fell into Von Karma's trap hard. So, well done. Well done. Order, order. What are you getting at? Way to keep them on their toes, Nick. Now I'm going to have to prove how it all fits together. I have to show how Acro murdered Russell Berry. Can you do it, Nick? Can you really do that? I know what I can't do. I can't stop now. If I stop attacking, I'm doomed. Alright, let's do it. I am starting to drop some frames all of a sudden here. I hope this lasts just a little bit longer. Come on, you can do it. Mr. Phoenix, Wright? If this witness is the killer, then his eyewitness account is all lies, right? Mr. Wright, I'd like you to clear something up for me. When the crime was committed, exactly where was Mr. Dingling? Yeah, that's true. Oh man, where was he? You're gonna make me do this? Are you gonna make me say he was out here? No, he couldn't have been out here. There's no footprints. There's no footprints. Or wheelchair tracks. Do I still want to say third floor? He was obviously here the entire time. That's Acro's room? Pretty simple, eh? Acro wasn't able to leave the lodging house by himself. There's only one answer to that. Acro didn't leave his room to kill the ringmaster. What? Are you nuts? What say you, Mr. Dingling? It's an interesting theory. That's it? Considering that's what you proposed is impossible, yes, that's it. Mr. Wright? Yes, Your Honor? As the witness has stated, your assertion is impossible. As he is in a wheelchair, there is no way he could go to the scene or be the killer. You've got it. Well, you're right, it could be impossible. Good point. You seem to have forgotten once again, Mr. Phoenix Wright. The defendant was clearly spotted at the scene of the crime. That's true. Most of these saw Max, didn't he? But Maya, it's still impossible for humans to fly. Do you mind if I ask a question, Mr. Wright? What is it? I understand some of your logic. However, how do you think I killed him? If I can't leave my room, I obviously couldn't wear Max's costume. How did he do it? That's the next course of this legal buffet. Be careful, Nick, if you mess up here. She's right, I can't mess up here. I've gotta give this one some serious thought. I'm sure that Acro killed the ringmaster. So it's the bust and the wires and the cloak. And he killed the ringmaster while he was in his room, no doubt about it. Time to enlighten us all as to how Mr. Dingling committed this crime, Mr. Wright. Can't present evidence now. Going to present some evidence. So what did Mr. Dingling use to commit the crime of the murder against Russell Berry? What's that? A picture? It is indeed. The problem is with the item that's shown in the picture. The bust? It's quite a large bust, and because it is life-size, it is also very, very heavy. Heavy? Heavy enough to guarantee a certain death, especially if it was dropped from a third-story window. Ah! See, this is how Aqua was able to kill the ringmaster, with the force of gravity and Maximilian Galactica's ample bust. They really like that joke. Order, order. So you're saying the bust fell onto the ringmaster? A rather simple crime. Even if you were stuck in a wheelchair, it would be incredibly easy to commit. Except there's no blood. There's no blood anywhere that I saw. Also, the prosecution took the scarf, so I don't think it's Acro. I really don't. There's still too much left. I still think Regina's involved. Because I need to deal with the pepper theory. How could you possibly wheel a wheelchair with something so heavy? It's impossible. Well, Acro is an acrobat. He should have more than enough upper body strength to carry something like the bust. Mr. Dingling, how do you respond to these charges? Well, Acro's at a loss for words. He should be. He knows that I'm getting close to the truth. The bird's health. Well, Acro, you can't run away from things that— Ow! I'd watch what I say if I were you, Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? Your Honor, the physical health of the witness is material to this case. I demand that we get proper testimony from the witness himself. Testimony, you say? Fun karma. She's just using this testimony as a ruse to stall as a rouse. Is that how? I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure ruse is actually just spelled like ruse. Yeah, I think it is just not right. There's absolutely no need for such testimony. The defense has its version of the murder. The prosecution has the right to respond. The defense's objection is overruled. Why can't he see things my way once in a while? Yeah, I knew that. I just didn't know if there was like some sort of archaic old definition that would have technically been correct before I said it was wrong. Mr. Dingling, I'm sorry, but we need you to testify about your physical condition. If you have any doubts about your ability to testify, we can request expert testimony. The witness will have no problems. However, let's all be respectful towards him. Thank you. By respectful, you mean don't press him, ever? That woman will sink to any low to win a case. Acro's physical state. I suppose you could have lifted something the size of that bust. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. However, lifting the bust and looking out the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head. Thus, it would be unrealistic for me to drop the bust on him, don't you think? Where am I going from here? Like, I don't think any of this is correct. I have no doubts in regards to the witness's testimony. It was impossible for him to lift the bust and carry it over to the window, not to mention that he could not have known the location of the ringmaster's head. A single false step would have led to even more severe injuries. Yes, that's what I was thinking. What is your opinion on the matter, Mr. Wright? I'd still like to proceed with my cross-examination. He's simply stalling. It's shameful, really. I can't let her get to me. I've got to focus. Have you ever lifted up the bust before? No, I've never actually lifted up with my own two hands. But I should get to it, don't you think? I can't let money outdo me on this. Money? That crazy monkey has lifted Max's bust before? Please continue with your testimony, Mr. Dingling. I have a strong upper body from working as an acrobat, and only my legs were injured. So what have you been doing to keep in shape? Well, honestly, I've given up on training. I don't have any plans to return to the trapeze or the tightrope. You don't say. But no offense, I'm not worried about losing to you in a race or anything. Neither am I, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I wouldn't lose either, slowpoke. I mean, Nick. Whoa, 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 how did the discussion turn to me all of a sudden? I suppose you could say that I'm stronger than the average bear. However, lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. And why is that? Because if I were to do that, I'd end up falling out the window myself. I still haven't gotten much feeling back in my legs yet. So you couldn't have thrown the bust out the window. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force on my lower body. How long do you think your recovery will take? You have to remember that the nerves were severed. I'm currently undergoing some extremely intensive rehabilitation, but it's still going to take a while before I'm back to 100%. Let me remind you of another very important point. If the witness was carrying the bust, he would not be able to see out below the window. That makes it impossible for me to have known the location of the ringmaster's head, unless you did have an accomplice, aka a monkey. Why do you say it would be impossible? Allow me to explain. You accept that if I was carrying the bust, I couldn't see out below the window? Thus, there is no way that I would know the location of the ringmaster's head. Well, I suppose you've got a point. Hey, Nick? Huh? What if you turn things around? Maybe you should think of it sort of like this. If he knew the location of the ringmaster's head, then he could drop the bust. That does make sense, if only I could prove somehow that Acro knew the location of the ringmaster's head without looking down. I think I've already explained things sufficiently. If all you had to do was drop it, then it wouldn't have been a problem at all. If all I had to do was drop it, you're right, I could have done that. However, there is no way that I could score a direct hit on the ringmaster's head. So that kind of makes your theory a bit pointless, doesn't it, Mr. Wright? Actro is strong enough to lift up the bust. The main problem is how he could have aimed for the ringmaster's head. I wonder if he used some kind of tool to aim for the ringmaster. That's the ticket, Nick. Show them what you've got. I have to be careful. I have to find something that fits perfectly with the case. I already know what it is. I don't remember finding any sort of tool. Maybe we overlooked something. Oh, it's not Muddy the Monkey? The witness's statement is clearly false. Okay. It's not. That's not how he knew? Not the monkey. Well, if it's not the monkey, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think a little bit harder. The ringmaster is bald underneath a hat, and that big shiny bald spot was an attraction for the Money the Monkey, and tried to steal his head, and that's how we know. I don't know. Unless they want me to present it on this. The answer is no. How would he have known someone's there? I was thinking the monkey. That was my theory. Why else would we have an entire plot point of Money the Monkey monkeying around? Okay. What else do I have? How else would he have known he was there? Okay, so not the map. If it's not the monkey, I don't know what it is. How else could he have known? Oh, duh. Oh, that's still not it either. Well, even then, that wouldn't. How could? I mean, how would he even know it? I understand. I just don't know how he would know. I literally don't. I would have thought the monkey would be involved. I don't see any of my evidence that would lead him to be there. X marks the spot. I'm not seeing it. I'm not getting it. I'm just gonna have to throw evidence until it works. Acro. You didn't really need to lean out the window, did you? I'm not seeing where we're going with the box. Where were you driving at, Mr. Wright? You already knew ahead of time where the ringmaster's head was going to be. Quite precisely, I may add. I don't follow. Your silly hint to get things is pointless, Mr. Phoenix, right? Enough stalling. How about you show us some evidence? She's pissed. But I did such a good job hinting. Yes, hurry up and explain things, Mr. Wright. Maybe you should take a look at this. The key point here is this wooden box. The same wooden box that the victim was found hunched over. So he dragged the box from the house or the ringmaster's tent to there. I don't know how that matters. The same. The question is, who placed the wooden box here? Who? When Ben and company saw the ringmaster, they didn't see him holding the box. Which means that this wooden box was already placed at this At the scene... Was placed at the scene crime. What? The crime scene, maybe? I have to admit that your theory makes a lot of sense. The moment that the bust came falling down was exactly the same moment that the ringmaster lifted up this wooden box. Which means that the answer to all these questions is now crystal clear. You mean, if the bust were to fall upon the point marked out by the wooden box, there would be no way that it could miss the head of the victim. Really? Order, order, order. This is unbelievable. Finally, some of these loose ends are starting to tie themselves up. Now I just gotta keep going, and there's only one way to go from here, forward. So the next question I have is who placed that wooden box at the scene? It was Mr. Dingling, of course. He connected it to a rope, and then all he had to do was lower it down. Ow! Allow me to whip some sense into you. Mr. Phoenix Wright. Ow, 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 ow. The ringmaster's head could have been anywhere when he lifted the box. That's why I'm like, why is this box matter? Because I agree with her. I have no idea. As soon as it was revealed as a marker, I didn't understand it at all. That's why the box was so specially made. I still don't get it. It's specially made. Indeed, it had the most peculiar feature. The weight of the box? The box's remarkable weight. Weight? According to the court record, it weighed 20 pounds. Just to lift up this wooden box would have required... Oh, I see. One would have to squat down, then lift it up with their body, wouldn't you say? That's exactly what I was trying to point out. The box is also very large. The box also has carrying handles on either side, doesn't it? That is correct. To lift up the box, you'd have to squat down. Which means, no matter who you are, your head would be in approximately the same place. Fool. Does she even bother to listen to me anymore? I've heard what you've had to say. I must admit, I'm shocked at your imaginative skills. Did you drop it? Did you drop the bust onto the ringmaster? What are you talking about? Even if I had wanted to do such a thing, I couldn't. What? Mr. Wright, do you recall the original location of this bust? I do. That's what I got confused about too, because it made it sound like we were talking about Francisca but then the next scene was about Acro. Sorry, I'm still hung up on the box. So it'll be a while till I get back to my normal swing of things. So I remember. Of course I remember. It was on top of the table in the cafeteria. Then what happened to it? I'd like you to remember one important fact, Mr. Wright. I could not possibly leave the lodging house by myself. That means you understand what I mean, don't you? I may very well have been able to drop the bus from my room. However, how would I have gotten the bus from the cafeteria to my room? Well, that one I can answer pretty confidently. I don't even need help. You see, Mr. Phoenix Wright, explain that. Don't forget, you said there was no accomplice. Well, now I can't explain it. Tell us exactly how the witness would have carried the bus from the cafeteria. Yep, we definitely have a problem here. But this is no place to get perplexed. I've got to get my wits about me and prove how things happen once and for all. Alright, Mr. Wright, let's hear your explanation. How did the witness get the bus from the cafeteria back to the room if we don't count the monkey as an accomplice? A monkey? Everyone knows money. He loves shiny objects of any size. For instance, he stole the ventriloquist ring. So, are you saying the witness had a monkey steal the bust? Of course he didn't order the monkey to steal it. The monkey stole it on his own, and then brought it back home. Home? Money lives in Acro's room. Acro's room? But the bust was bronze, wasn't it? Bronze isn't all that shiny. Maybe you should put the whip down sometimes and read the court record. My, those are some very nice cards he's holding. Yes, and they're made of platinum, which is very shiny. Wow. Acro? Money is a strong monkey, right? It'd be easy for him to bring the bust back to your room. If he wasn't able to handle that himself, I'd be on the market for a new roommate. Order. I said order. Miss Von Karma. Where's the bust in question at this moment? I don't know. We're searching for it as we speak. This is a strange turn of events. If that monkey did not steal the bust, then what happened to this case? Well, in that event, something else must have been used as the murder weapon. Well, or maybe this bust was the murder weapon, but it was used by accident. That's possible. Maybe Acro saw Money's mountain of stolen goods and thought to use one of them. Anyways, I think we've more than proven one critical fact. Namely that it was entirely possible that Acro was the murderer. Moron! Mr. Wright's argument was so circular, I'm still a bit dizzy. However, his argument does hold water, that there's no denying that. Ow! Don't seem so flamboozled, especially by this fraud of an attorney. Fraud? You've forgotten the absolute most important thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright. And what is that? You should know. You forgot that your own fraud of a magical client was spotted at the scene of the crime. Ah! There is no reason to doubt the clown's testimony. That's true. How do you respond to that, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Or Mr. Wright? Nick, don't let her beat you now. I won't. This is my chance to turn the trial around. When the murder occurred, there were two people at the scene of the crime. One was the victim, Russellberry, and the other was the murderer himself. Answer this and only this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. I will, but not correctly. But go ahead. The clown saw the murder. Who was it then? It was Gumshoe. I mean, I don't know. I mean, he can't. That poor guy can't take much more of a pay cut. I tell you. I mean, it's possible he saw the. I still thought like, because he said he saw it go back. He said he saw it float up. I haven't discounted his testimony on that subject because he said he saw it floating away. So I still think it's the bust. I think it's not a person I need to present. He saw Max's Ow! I asked who was the other person Mo saw on the scene. The evidence has nothing to do with the question. Au contraire, mon frere. It does indeed have something to do with the question. Yeah, he could. But I knew it was the bust. That's why I was like hovering over it. I'm like, I was thinking in my head, is there anything else I want to choose first? Most said that he saw Max's silhouette. But he did not actually see the man himself. It wasn't a human being he saw. How is that possible? It's simple, really. What Mo actually saw that night was Max's bust. What are you talking about? Have you tried using a brain at all in this case? The silhouette he saw just happened to be wearing a cloak. There's no reason why you couldn't attach a cloak to the bust. Or a cloak like that could easily get snagged on the bust if they came into contact. Idiot, who in their right mind would put a cloak on a bust? It doesn't matter who put it on the bust. Just wait a minute now, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? The question is of the utmost importance in this case. Don't you agree? I mean, yes. Yes, I would begrudgingly agree. Oh, he caught me. So let's have it, Mr. Wright. Who put the cloak on the bust? So Max had the cloak when he left, had the meeting with the ringmaster. The cloak was gone. I'm trying to think who plausibly could have put it on. The only thing I can guess, but why though? Fool, him? You are saying it was the victim himself, Russell Berry? That's what I'm saying. I mean, the victim himself placed the cloak on the bust. He's the only one who could have taken the cloak. I had to pick him. Place the cloak isn't really the right way of putting it. Then what would be the right way of putting it, Mr. Wright? Explain yourself. Nick, do you really have a handle on all of this? I'm fine, Maya. I'm finally putting all the pieces together. There's really only one picture I can paint anyways. Alright. So you want to know what really happened that night? Let's step back in time. Acro used the rope to lower the wooden box onto the scene. Then he attached that rope to the bust and dangled the bust out of the bedroom window directly above the wooden box. At the same time, the ringmaster told Max to wait in his room and went to the scene. Of course, at the time, the ringmaster was wearing Max's costume. Perhaps he didn't want anyone to recognize him that night. But just as he feared, he was spotted at the entrance of the lodging house by none other than the ventriloquist and his puppet, Ben and Trillo. When the ringmaster arrived at the scene, he bent over to lift the wooden box. And that's when Acro took his chance and released the rope. Now this is when the magic happens. At the very instant that the bust hit the victim, yeah, I mean, GG. I mean, you did. I mean, I didn't know what to think when I chose him. I just knew he was the only character that could have possibly placed the cloak, because he was the only character who had the cloak to place. So I knew to pick him. And so, but now, okay. As much as you try, as much as you scheme, this just isn't true. It can't be. It's still a little early to be getting so upset, Miss Von Karma. The circus isn't over yet. Eh? With the shock of impact, it threw up the cloak, and it got snagged onto the bust. That's when the sound was heard by a witness, and he took a look out of his window. That witness was, of course, Lawrence Mo Curls, the clown. When Mo looked out his window, the cloak had already snagged onto the bust. Now, having completed the crime, Acro naturally went about pulling up the murder weapon. Of course, he had no idea that Mo saw the bust being raised with the cloak dangling on it, primarily because in his wheelchair, he couldn't see out of his window, so he just kept pulling the bust up. Yeah. And that's how the magical murderer disappearing into the sky came to be. Now you know how the murder actually took place. And now you know who was able to drop the murder weapon from above the scene. Acro, it could have only been you. So, we're not done. We can't be done. We still have so much Peppa. We still have Regina. We still have all this other stuff we gotta take care of. Oh, it's gonna be about motive, isn't it? Oh, it's because it's not because he hates the ringmaster, it's because he hates Regina because of something Pepper shenanigans, and then getting Pepper, and then eating his brother, and then it's not about him at all. It's about getting back at the daughter? Question mark, but the daughter's an idiot, so it doesn't work. So, I don't know. Maybe he's not a criminal genius. Acro's been playing mind games with all of us. He sure has. But he has come to the end of his rope now. So, what now? You've graced us with a rather long-winded tale. But do you have any evidence to prove that your fairy tale is true? Evidence? In this court, only two things matter, the power of evidence and the power of my whip. Don't forget the power of my gavel as well. Mr. Wright, the prosecution brings up a good point. Can we see some evidence? Maybe. Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there can only be one possible murder method, but there is still something unusual about Mo's eyewitness account. Unusual? A contradiction, actually. Okay, then use that and get out of this jam. That's enough talking amongst yourselves. Proceed, Mr. Wright. Present some evidence to the court that backs your claims. I want hard proof that you have unraveled the trick to this magic case. I'm assuming this. Is that hard proof, though? They probably want this. No. No. Try again. They would have been silent for 2 more seconds. I would have screamed. Nick, they say they want evidence. I just explained how there could be only one murder method. Something unusual in Mo's eyewitness account. Contradiction. What do you observe? Contradiction. Yeah, the hummingbird is really, really good. Anytime it hovers near Phoenix. So, I don't remember what he testified. The problem is Max's 3 symbols. You know, the silk hat, the cloak, and the white roses. This is a pigeon. The symbols were a problem numerous times during yesterday's proceedings. Yesterday, there were two contradictions in Moe's testimony. The silk hat was one, the white roses were the other. But the theory I just presented explains all of those contradictions. You fool, do you ever shut up? The Moxie silk hat was found at the scene of the crime. However, remember what Moe said yesterday. He testified that the criminal he saw fleeing the scene was wearing a silk hat. There's only one explanation for that. The silk hat that Moe saw was actually the bust. Makes sense. If you look at it that way, then he did see the silk hat. Well, sort of. Fine, you've got one, but what about the other contradiction? The other contradiction? Remember what that ventriloquist said in court? He said that he witnessed white roses on Max's chest that night, but the clown's testimony doesn't match. Oh no. The clown said that there were no white roses. I'd like to see you try to explain that one away. Can you do it, Nick? Of course, I can explain all of it. What was that? Please recall the incident when the cloak snagged onto the bust. If the cloak snagged onto the bust, what happened to the white roses? Do you get it yet? If the cloak got snagged onto the front of the bust, it means that the white roses would end up on the back of the bust. Ah! Which explains why Moe didn't see it. The white roses were not visible because they were on the back side of the bust. Order, order! This is quite the shocking state of affairs. We haven't established motive yet. I'm sure that's going to be a question. It was in the last case, as it rightfully should be. Mr. Wright's theory still sounds a bit absurd to me. However, let's just keep going down this road for a while and see where it leads. He loves it. Let's do this, Nick. Then maybe Von Karma will finally throw in the towel. Well, so much for that theory. Mr. Wright, do you mind? What is it? You took the time to research our circus, didn't you? Well, yes, I did. Is there something making you think that I didn't? If you did, then maybe you'll understand why I think you're off track. Why is that? Motive. Yeah. The witness feels an incredible debt of gratitude towards the ringmaster. Anyone with any relation to the circus is well aware of this. Thus, there's absolutely no way someone like this would kill the ringmaster. Your Honor, I'd like you to hear Acro's story. Learn about his relationship with the ringmaster and his life up until now. What do? There's no doubting that Acro deeply respected the ringmaster. Acro's motive. It seems that this case isn't over yet. Very well, however, I feel this is a good place to take a break. I will listen to the rest of Mr. Dingling's testimony after recess. So, here's genuinely what I think. He had no motive to kill the ringmaster. This was slipped into Regina's pocket. Regina was the intended target. Regina was always the intended target because she was the one who was directly responsible for Bat's death with the pepper nonsense. And it just so happens that he got in the way. He can't look out the window. He can't see that the ringmaster's there. I'm like 1,000,000,000% sure that's where the story is going. I guess we're just going to have to find out. But based off of everything that's happened, that is the conclusion I am drawing as to how this is going to play out. Because he has absolutely no motive. I agree with him. I agree with with Francisco. He has no motive to do this. So that's where I'm thinking this is going to go. The court will now take a 10-minute recess. To be continued. Well, I am going to stand my big old anime brain card. Well, I mean, is it really as big of an anime brain though? Because this was the same thing in case 1 or case 3 of Phoenix Wright 1, where there wasn't a motive either. So, more of like a direct copy, but like just thinking in just general terms, it just feels like that's how the story is going to play out. Can't believe it. Acro? It's pretty shocking, isn't it? It definitely is, and to think he was always the most straightforward of the group. Jeebus, unbelievable. Acro tried to pin the murder on you on purpose. He did? Yeah, there's a lot of things where I'm like, oh yeah, this is like what this did. This is like what this did. And but still, it trods along in such a way that you don't always see the parallels until they happen. So it's still a unique enough story in its own right to really not be a copy, even though it has like a lot of the same thematic elements. But like I thought of that connection, and then I was like, oh yeah, that's also what 3 did. So pretty funny. It's also what the third case of chapter 1 did, rather, when I say that's what 3 did. Psst, psst, gah. My, he's just a little twerp, isn't he? Well, that's one way to put it. God, hey, pal! You gonna ignore me after all the trouble to bring you some evidence? Detective Gumshoe? Forget it. I'm going home. This guy deserves to be guilty anyways. Now, detective, I'm sorry. Now, why don't you relax a little? We've got some really tasty milk. How about a card trick, detective? Gumshoe. Oh, well, if you insist. Now, about that evidence you mentioned. What is it? Here you go. It's the scarf. The bloodied scarf. Huh? This was yesterday in Acro's room? The result of our investigation. You can look at it later. Won't Von Karma be mad that you're doing this? That's why this is all a secret. Huh? Look, details are on a need-to-know basis, and we're not really allies or anything. But everything that's happened in court up until now has gone according to his plan. My gosh, I can't believe he's willing to sacrifice his 2 yen salary to help us out. He's a true pal. We should buy him ramen burgers. Burger ramen. You'll figure it out eventually, pal. Yesterday, our final plans were put into place. Final plans? Uh-huh. That reminds me, I've got a message from the prosecutor for you. Judgment comes at the very last instant. That's it. And that's it for me too, pal. I'm going home. What did he mean by that, the very last instant part? Everything he said seemed pretty cryptic to me. Oh, one more thing. Don't scare me like that. It looks like there's a large care package from the circus for the defendant. For me? It's milk. The reception area looks like some kind of dairy. So hurry up and drink it before it spoils. An entire dairy's worth of milk? For me? December 30th, 2:27 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 2. And I'm fine on time. I don't have any court tomorrow, unlike Phoenix, who has court all the time. This court is now in session. Shall we continue our proceedings? Miss Von Karma, please continue from where you left off. I'd like to continue with Acro's testimony, starting with his relationship to the victim. I'd also like to get proof from the defense. Proof of what kind of motive Acro would have to commit the crime. Understood. Now, Mr. Dingling. Yes, Your Honor. Please proceed with your testimony. Finally, we get to the motive. Wait, Nick, are you okay? The VC4 level stream, I don't know if it'll get to that. I hope it doesn't. That was 6 hours. I mean, this will be shy of 6, for sure. Just do me a favor and don't ask questions you don't want the answers to. Gulp. About the ringmaster. When we were little, we were abandoned by our parents. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in. I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. You're such a thoughtful young man. As you heard, the witness deeply respected the victim. I wonder how anyone could think that Acro could kill the man he held in such esteem. You are absolutely right. How could anyone think that, Mr. Wright? Which is why there's no real need for a cross-examination, is there? Actually, that's the question I'm trying to answer myself. Why would Acro kill the ringmaster? This might be my last chance to answer that question. I mean, I'm gonna assume that I have to cross-examine him. The defense has a right to cross-examine the witness. You're so tactless, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You don't care about justice, do you? You just want to fabricate a motive. Very well, Mr. Wright. Cross-examine the witness. Little we were abandoned by our parents. We? Yes, my brothers Sean and I. What? You have a brother? How old were you when this happened, Acro? I was 8 years old and my brother was 4. Your parents were very cruel, weren't they? Nowadays, we aren't bitter about what happened to us, because it allowed us to meet the wonderful people at the very big circus. Nick, the judge is getting misty-eyed. He's got a soft spot for sob stories, it looks like. Ow! There's no crying in court. Let's keep going. The witness may proceed with his testimony. That's when the ringmaster of the very big circus, Russell Berry, took us in. How would you describe your relationship with the ringmaster? He was like an uncle, a father, and a big brother all rolled up into one. The ringmaster and my brother were the only family I had. What about other people at the circus? This was over 15 years ago. Back then, there were very few customers coming in, so no one really had the time to look after us. We were worried about other things. But the ringmaster, he would always come see us with a laugh and a smile. What a beautiful story. That's why I was always thinking of what I could do to help. I wanted to thank him. Nick, isn't Acro such a wonderful person? I know, he seems like a nice guy, which is what makes this so difficult. So then how long have you been a performer? I became an acrobat at around 9 years old. You started off as an acrobat at that early of an age? I begged the ringmaster until he finally agreed to let me do it. Ever since then, I've been in incredible physical shape. That's also when I decided to form a group with my brother. We called ourselves the Flying Dinglingberries. Oh no, it was all leading up to this pun. It was all leading up to this. It's nearly a household name. I've never heard of them in Germany. Liar. The point is that I wanted to be of some use to the circus. You are truly a remarkable young man. The judge keeps looking at Acro almost like a proud father. I wanted to find a way to repay the ringmaster. That was my sole purpose in life. Did you ever have any trouble with the ringmaster? Ow! How could you ask such a thing, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Do you have some sort of fundamental misunderstanding of this witness's testimony, or the heartfelt emotions contained within? You better think about this, Mr. Phoenix Wright. You better think hard. Ow! Oh! No matter how you look at it, there's no way I could see this witness ever taking the victim's life. Exactly. I've been waiting for you to say that, Your Honor. Nick, I hate to say it, but I agree with them. I was trying to chase down the truth, but ended up just looking like a jerk. I think that will be enough for now. Pondering whether or not the witness would kill the ringmaster leads me to believe that it is pretty much unlikely. Exactly right, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, I'd like to ask you a question. Go ahead, Your Honor. What was Acro's motive for killing the ringmaster? This is where I say there's no motive. How about it? Can you explain that to me? I can't provide one. Nick? Yeah, I didn't even have to think about it. It was obvious from the start. Your Honor, the reason that Acro killed the ringmaster is something that can't be proven. What? That's because Acro had no reason to kill the ringmaster at all. Ow! Your foolish attempts to fool us like foolish fools is so foolhardily foolish. Did you forget you made an accusation against this witness, did you not? I believe it was, this is the real killer of Russell Berry. Ringmaster. If you want to jump to the end of things, then yes, that sounds about right. The end of things? Acro, you didn't plan to kill the Ringmaster at all, did you? The Ringmaster wasn't your target that night. What did you just say? I'm saying that the target of the witness's murder plot was not the Ringmaster. He did not plan to kill Russell Berry. What? Order, order. Bailiff, I don't care who it is. Smack anyone who's loud in the face, twice if you must. Mr. Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to my court? Ow! Mr. Phoenix Wright, what in the world are you trying to do to his court? Are you attempting to imply that Aqua was trying to kill someone else? Regina Berry? This young girl is the Ringmaster's daughter, correct? Acro, you were really aiming for her that night, weren't you?
Objection!
You don't need to answer that. It's a mean-spirited, leading question. He could easily answer this question. If I'm wrong, all he has to do is say, you're wrong. That's it. That's it, huh, Mr. Phoenix Wright? Enough, Mr. Wright. Allow me to... Ow! The only thing allowed to interrupt me is death itself. Huh? And that goes for you too, Mr. Phoenix Wright. Show me evidence. Now! Okay, well, she is fist-pounding mad. I'm gonna have to... I want to know why Acro would want to kill Regina Berry. Yes, me too. I demand to see some proof. Present evidence that proves Acro was out to kill this young girl. Acro, do you have any recollection of seeing this? It's a piece of paper that we found inside the Ringmaster's tailcoat. Inside the victim's tailcoat? Acro wrote this note. It's ironically entitled, To the Murderer. Its purpose was to call someone to the plaza at 10 p.m. So you're saying that he called Russell Berry with that note? There's just one little problem. Problem? Acro did indeed place this note to someone's pocket. However, that someone was not the Ringmaster. You mean it wasn't for the... That's exactly what I mean. The person this note was intended for was none other than Regina Berry. Order, order, order. Mr. Wright, this little theory of yours. It's the truth, Your Honor. It isn't a theory. Simply put, Regina didn't think the note was meant for her, which is why, the morning of the crime, she placed it on the cafeteria bulletin board. That's when her father, the Ringmaster, read the note? That's correct. The Ringmaster ended up in that plaza instead of Regina. And he was killed because of that mistake. Instead of Regina. Because he killed Leon? That's incredible! Remember the testimony that Acro gave us earlier today? Lifting the bust and looking out of the window would have been impossible. There's no way I could have exerted that kind of force in my lower body. If I were to do that, I'd end up falling out of the window myself. Acro had no idea who it was that arrived in the plaza, because he couldn't look down out of his window to see who it actually was. I've got it. Acro thought it was Regina down in the plaza, and that's when he let the bust fly. Hey, Nick, isn't Regina listening to all of this from the audience? She is. Unfortunately, it's only going to get harsher from here. I hope Regina can handle it. Acro wrote the note to Regina?
Objection!
Foolishly foolish fool with foolishly foolish fool ideas of foolish tomfoolery. You're so foolish, you've even made me sound like a foolhardy fool. Very well, Mr. Phoenix Wright. If you're so sure, then tell us about this line. I have conclusive evidence of what took place. Uh-huh. That's a line in the note, all right. Well, then if the note was sent to Regina Berry, it must mean that this note is declaring that Regina Berry is a murderer. You just don't get it, do you? What? What did you just say? The Ringmaster knew what the note meant, which is why he went to the plaza, in place of his lovely daughter. Hold it right there, Mr. Wright. What is this incident that is alluded to in the note? Incident 6 months ago. I know all about it. An incident occurred 6 months ago, and now I am more than ready to show the court what happened at that time. And to demonstrate, I brought this lion. Now if Francisca would just demonstrate using her head... Moron! Wait, are you sure that it relates to the present case? It does indeed, Your Honor. Everything in this case has its start in what happened 6 months ago. Really, Nick? I think so. Well then, if that's the case, hurry up and tell us about it. What is this conclusive evidence mentioned in the note? I know I'd certainly like to know what it is. If I can't answer that question, the judge is going to think I'm bluffing. Conclusive evidence about the incident 6 months ago is actually... I mean, am I jumping ahead and saying the pepper? I don't think I am. Achoo! 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 What kind of spicy joke is this, Mr. Phoenix Wright? It isn't a joke at all. It's the decisive evidence you asked for. What do you mean? The victim would arrive and try to take away the wooden box. That's when they discover the decisive evidence found inside. Another unbelievable conclusion. Very well, Mr. Wright. So what exactly are you saying? Are you claiming Regina Berry killed someone with a small bottle of pepper? Taking the note into account, that's the only logical conclusion you can draw. Foolish fool who never tires of his own foolish ways. If you're so sure, Mr. Phoenix Wright, then answer the question. Who was Regina Berry's intended victim? Who is this? That is Acro's younger brother. What does this prove? His younger brother isn't dead. Technically, that's true. However, Bat has been in a coma for 6 months now. It's not a stretch to see how Acro could feel that his brother is dead. Regina, she did that to him? Do you spend your entire life dreaming up new ways to be a fool? Naturally, the prosecution has looked into Acro's brother, Sean Dingling. 6 months ago, he was bit by a lion and fell into his current comatose state. A lion? Regina, I mean Miss Regina Berry, is an animal tamer by trade. However, no tamed animal in that position is ever trained to attack another human. They wouldn't understand the command. Moreover, Miss Regina could never do something like that. It's just not in her. So then what happened to Acro's brother? He's not the victim of an attempted murder. He's the victim of an accident. I see. Now what do we do? No one seems to be going along with your theory. Do you think that what happened to Bat was actually an accident? It was more than that. How else am I gonna tie it together with the sneezing? The lion biting Bat was no accident at all. What? You're such an amateur, Mr. Phoenix Wright. There's no way that Regina would ever incite her lion to attack another human being. She may not have incited the lion to attack another human being, but Regina's responsible for making the lion bite Acro's brother, Bat. Nick, you sure you want to go with that? Huh? How exactly does this evidence prove the reason Leon bit Bat? You don't think that there's something better you should present? What? What? Oh my god, I just lost. I have to reload my save. Wait, what? Why was that wrong? Okay, I don't know how far back I'm gonna go. It's gonna be a bit. How is it not the pepper? It has to be the pepper. I presented the pepper because of the lion having the sneeze, and then they went, I eat you. I didn't intend to make that a clever joke, but it worked out anyway. Yes, so I'm gonna have to go ahead and select these options again. So I have to go back to the pepper again. Yeah, the problem is I can't get anything wrong at this point with that level of HP left or I die. I'll have to double check my options, but I know I'm right. I know I'm ultimately right, but I guess that wasn't the right thing to present. So, oh, the stupid scarf. That's right. I see. Right. I forgot about that we were given that. Even though Gumshoe, sacrificed his salary to give it to us. He deserves better, even better than me. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. Because that's ultimately how it happened, and then that's when, after that, I can present the pepper. So I'll get back to that section. We are probably inches away from getting this all done. So I'm gonna say it was more than an accident. I like that almost all of my theories are correct, including Regina being the ultimate villain. The only thing I didn't put together was the box, and I'm still about it. That's just the scarf, Acro. This scarf is something that Bat used to wear, correct? Yeah, I'll save again. That's right. And who is this one that gave the scarf to Bat? Regina. Regina gave it to him. Regina. There is something more than just blood on the scarf, Your Honor. And what might that be? Pepper. 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 Regina gave this scarf to Bat right before the accident, and she covered it with as much pepper as she could. Love the hummingbird attacking Phoenix Wright. Probably, I would say, I don't know, that rivals probably the dummy punching. I think this one's probably my favorite. Excuse me, Mr. Wright. You've done a good job of fingering a criminal, but out of curiosity, what was your crime? Regina gave a pepper-covered scarf to Bat as a precedent. Where's the crime in that? It still seems like the judge just doesn't get it. Mr. Phoenix Wright, wasn't it said that the lion seemed to be smiling? Smiling? The lion was smiling? Right before Bat was bit by the lion, for a moment the lion's mouth changed and looked like it was smiling. Lions smile? I've never heard of them smiling, however. Lions sneeze. Whoa. Leon didn't plan on biting Bat at all. In reality, all he actually did was sneeze. He sneezed because of all the pepper spread on the scarf. What? You fool! You've got to be kidding me.
Objection!
What's the matter, Miss Von Karma? I object for objection's sake. Mr. Phoenix Wright, this theory, you believe it? Yeah, this is, I mean, I feel really bad for, like, Acro, and, what a mess. of a crime. You really plan on say this joke of an accident actually happened? Of course I do. It's the truth. The lion sneezed due to the pepper, and that's when Bat lost consciousness. Acro nearly lost his brother due to this accident, or this joke as you put it. Which is why he tried to get his revenge against Regina. You foolish idiot. So it's a joke of an accident to you, huh? Once again, I'm impressed by your imagination, Mr. Wright. To think that there's someone who treats this accident with the respect it deserves. Are you telling me that what I said was true? Acro, you don't mean, you can't mean, witness. Are you confirming the defense's claim? Mr. Wright, unfortunately your imagination is not enough to find me guilty of murder. What do you mean by that? The pepper, the scarf, the lion. I see where you're going, but it's a bit hard to swallow. Not to mention the fact that there's an even bigger problem with your theory. What would that problem be? The same problem it's always been. Evidence. No, drop the damn confetti. I did it. We're done. We're done. Let's have burger ramen. If I drop Max's bust on top of the ringmaster. Where is the evidence that proves that claim? You mean the conclusive evidence? The biggest problem is the murder weapon, or the lack thereof to be more precise. Murder weapon. The bust that the defense claims was used. If that were to be found in Acro's room, and if it was covered with the victim's blood, that would be awfully conclusive in my eyes. What am I? Yes, it would be. It's still going. What do I even say now? I figured almost all of it out, except the bust. Nick, you've got to do something. This is the last step. If I get this one right, the case is won. See how things work out first. Request to search Acro's room? We were in his room. We didn't see the bust. See how things work out. It might be worthwhile to search Acro's room, but why aren't you going to search his room? It looks like you finally figured things out, didn't you? Now you know the true meaning of Von Karma Total Justice. I guess. I figured with you that's the least I should expect. You leave no stone unturned. Plus, I mean, the problem was that she was in the room before we even got there, which is why I think it's pointless to search the room. Von Karma never leaves anything to chance. We already searched Acro's room yesterday. What did you find? There's no reason to even say it. If we found what you think we found in that room, Acro would not be here as a witness. But to put a point on it, Max's bust was not in the room. The murder weapon is still unaccounted for. You see, Mr. Wright? The bust wasn't in my room. Furthermore, Detective Dick Gumshoe executed the search by complete surprise, and we took Acro directly to the prosecutor's office after that. End of story. Just wait a second. Something's funny about all this. It looks like the coup de grace in this case was ever so sweet. But, what about the scarf? What about the note? A reasonable crash out. I feel like this is kind of what I want to say too. What about them, Mr. Wright? No offense, but the important evidence here is about the death of the ringmaster. I think you should remember that. Do something, Nick. Don't let this case slip away. The bust. Where is it now? Where's the bust right now? You're Phoenix Wright. You know where that bust is. I'm sure you do. There's not even a single clue. How am I supposed to know where the bust is? It seems as if this case is coming to a close. The defense's counter-arguments look to have fallen short. Very silly, huh? Thank you for your support. Ack. Now, if you'll please excuse me, Mr. Wright. I think that brings an end to the cross-examination of the witness, and the pants the entire time. I knew it! Hold it. Where is Max's bust? The defense needs time to prepare to present its case. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous and I just bit my tongue. Huh? What? We need time to do what? Ow! Why are you the most surprised person here? She's your aide, isn't she? Do you really have a case to present, Mr. Wright? Well, what? Is he talking to me? The rest is up to you, Nick. Good luck. Hey, wait, you can't be serious. Acrobats always have their lives on the line, don't they? I've gotta think crazy. I gotta think really crazy. I will commend them to, like, having it not over when I thought it was, like, absolutely over. And it's still not over. I appreciate that. That's how Acro's lived his life until now. Now it's time for us to walk across our own tightrope. If we don't, we're certain to lose. Very well, the defense may proceed. He doesn't have a clue. And I don't think he'll be finding one anytime soon. Walking the tightrope of logic, there's no room for false step. Sink or swim, the only way through is forward. The murder weapon. Where is Max's bust now? It's obvious. The bust is inside this very courtroom. It's obvious? Allow me to pinpoint the location of the... Do I wanna make a save here? I don't know if I wanna make a save. Acro, I'm sorry to ask this, but do you mind if I take the blanket off of your wheelchair? He's in his pants, I knew it. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear you, Mr. Wright. Well, you are a big guy, and you have a pretty big wheelchair because of it. I just wanted to make sure you weren't hiding anything under that blanket. Because it seems to me that it'd be really easy to say, hide a bust there. Ha 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 ha. Once again, your penchant for humor hits me where it hurts, Mr. Wright. I think it's pretty amazing that you could laugh in your position. However, your lightheartedness doesn't change the fact that the bust is under there. We all know that you couldn't leave the lodging house by yourself in your condition. That proved inconvenient when Miss Von Karma happened to search your room yesterday. If she had found the murder weapon in your room, it would have been all over, which is why you had to hide it, in the only place that you could hide it, under your wheelchair. Which is why, Acro, I have to ask you again, could you please remove the blanket from the wheelchair? Well done, Mr. Wright. Masterfully played. You fool! How could you? You've got me. I've been bagged by a real pro. Actually, two of them. 2 of them? Miss Franziska von Karma and Mr. Phoenix Wright. What? There's just one thing I'd like to know. How did you know to launch the surprise search in my room last night? There were 2 pieces of decisive evidence, the cloak and the bust. I burned the cloak in my room and threw the ashes away with the trash. Regina always took my trash out every morning, you know. But the bust, obviously I couldn't throw that away. When you executed your search, all I could do was try and hide the bust. And the only place that I could hide it quickly was under this wheelchair. Miss Von Karma, you had things all figured out, didn't you? I was completely sucked in by your calculated strategy. And now to be caught in the middle of court hiding the murder weapon. There's no way I can escape that. So you've got me. Well done, Mr. Wright. Well done, Miss Von Karma. It all makes sense now. I can't believe that Von Karma thought that far ahead. It's amazing. You definitely couldn't tell by looking at her. I know I sure couldn't. I know I sure couldn't. I can't believe it. I failed. Why did I order a surprise search of your room? If only I hadn't done that. It doesn't matter now, though. It seems as if we've arrived at the truth. Acro? Yes, Your Honor. Did you kill the ringmaster of the Berry Big Circus, Mr. Russell Berry? Yes, Your Honor. I'm responsible for that crime. Acro. Well, we, the court, find you confetti! All my brother did was want Regina to like him. That's why he'd tease her. One day, my brother sprinkled some pepper on Regina. She started sneezing so hard, you couldn't help yourself from laughing. That's why Regina thought it'd be funny to get him back in the same way. And that's why she covered the scarf in pepper? I know she didn't want anything bad to happen. I know this. She just wanted to make my brother sneeze a few times, too. But I just couldn't forgive her, no matter what. What am I truly guilty of? I'm guilty of never, ever being able to understand her. Your brother became a star. Regina believed in that so purely that she would laugh innocently when saying it, too innocently. I just couldn't stand it, no matter how hard I tried. That's when you decided to do something about Regina. What do you mean by that? So are you saying that you were a victim in all of this as well? No, that's not what I mean. I'm nothing but a murderer. That's who I am. At first I thought I'd kill myself, then I pondered giving myself up. But I couldn't just up and leave. I just couldn't. That's why I tried to pin this on Max. Max, I'm so sorry. I just couldn't up and leave yet. This has been such a strange case. It's almost a reflection of the circus itself. I'm an idiot. I can't believe it. You beat me again. I believe this case is now beyond any point of possible discussion. Thus, I'd like to declare my verdict. This court is adjourned. December 30th, 4:27 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 5. Fabulous! But to be honest, I can't really be too happy about this. Acro, the ringmaster, Regina, and Bat. Not a single one of them was a bad person inside, huh? Yeah, it's just what a really tragic case. But I enjoyed that one a lot. I think the time when I was exploring in the Psyche Locks the second go around was a little bit more dull, but the court and all of those sections were really, really good. I do agree that the answer is very silly, but I guess if you really, really, really think about it and everything they told you, it does make sense. But so far, all of the cases have been good so far in this game. There's one left, and I have no doubt it's also probably going to be good. I think Tay said it is her absolute favorite, so I'm really looking forward to that. And I'll play it naturally over like 2 streams or so. It's not going to be a big push like today's. It's a good question, and one I don't want to know the answer to. Congratulations! Congratulations, Mr. Max! Thank you. It is silly and funny. I'm really enjoying the series. What's with the vibe in this room? We're just thinking about Acro. No, 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 no. If you worry about people too much, then you'll be like this forever and never be happy. Huh? Wah! She's been like this for a while now. Wah! It's all my fault. Wah! Sweetie pie. Bat and Acro, they're never coming back. Now everyone's gonna split up. Regina, Mr. Wright, tell me something. What do you wanna know, Regina? Acro said something right at the end. I just couldn't up and leave yet. Does that mean that Acro, is he gonna try and get his revenge on me? Of course he is. I don't think so. He's not gonna do that to you, Regina. Are you sure? You're really sure? I can believe that? Yep, Acro doesn't have any desire for revenge anymore. If that's true, then I want to see some evidence. Huh? Acro said that all the time to you, so I thought it'd work for me too. Well, I know it's not going to be... I can't wait to lose all my HP and die! I don't know if I have any... I don't know. Reason he's still alive. Would it be bet? Acro didn't want to get caught for a reason. He wanted to see his brother open his eyes again. But Bat? That's right, Regina. He's still alive, you know. He is, huh? But now that Acro's been caught... Uh-huh. I know. What? I'll do it. I'll stay next to Bat as long as it takes. Until he opens his eyes, and then he can meet Acro again. That's so sweet of you, Regina. It really is. I'm sorry, Acro. I'm sorry, Bat. Well, hopefully this is enough to give her a little peace of mind. Hey, Max. What is it, Mo? We really put you through a lot, didn't we, buddy? I'm sorry about what happened. So whenever you'd like to leave us, I'll pay your fee and rip up the contract. I understand. Such a fabulous thing to do for me. I might even leave tomorrow. What's going to happen to the circus now? Ah, that's the big question. Our ringmaster was really an amazing person, wasn't he? Even though he's not here anymore, everyone is sticking together. The staff, the performers, no one wants to leave the circus. That's why I've made a decision. What is it? I've decided that I will take over as the new ringmaster. I've turned the circus into the best circus this world has ever seen. The best circus the world has ever seen? Don't laugh. Amazing. Yay, I can't wait. Then I guess that changes things. Huh? There's only one thing the best circus the world has ever seen needs. The world's best illusions. Which means this circus needs the best magician the world has ever seen. Max, let's work together and make our circus super fabulous. What do you say, big guy? I don't know what to say. All I could say is thank you. Regina, you're gonna help them out too, aren't you? I don't know. Maybe the circus would be better off without me. Or better of without me. What are you talking about, Regina? Why do you think that I brought you to the court today? We've got to work together to make the very big circus bigger than it's ever been. Mo? Mo's right, sweetie pie. It can't be the very big circus without Regina Berry. Max? Nick, it seems like everything is going to turn out all right here. I can't wait to go see the best circus the world has ever seen. We'll save you the most fabulous seats. It'll take us a while to get ready, but I'm going to order special whoopee cushion seats. Uh-huh, 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 uh-huh. Oh, you. I see. What made the case? Just like you thought, yesterday's search really paid off, sir. Um, you had it all figured out yesterday, didn't you? It was just a theory. Backer really was the killer. I thought this was the only way it could end. Especially if he was a defense attorney. You mean Mr. Wright? Of course. Well, detective, my plane is about to leave. Do me a favor and try not to be too harsh on Accra. Once I get back, I'll make a stop by the chief prosecutor's office. Yes, sir. I'll be waiting for you. Goodbye, Mr. Edgeworth. Dun dun dun. Turn around, Big Top. The end! We see him! We finally got to see the Edgeworth. Farewell, my turnabout. That is plenty of Phoenix Wright. uh, I got my energy. I mean, I got my groove back. I was definitely tired earlier. Now I can see the other portraits I've kind of ignored. I never went back and looked at episode 2's, and I never went and saw episode 3's. Of course, it looks a little bit weirder because it doesn't have the little space here. It's just kind of mashed on top. So, yeah, 5.5 hours is definitely commendable. No stream tomorrow, of course, since it's Friday. Plus, I just in general need a break. And then Saturday, I will be finishing Mado Monogatari Fia, so everyone can look forward to that. Post game will follow. Probably may not be done that game that day, but it'll definitely be done on like one additional stream. But I'm thinking it looks like we have 2 more Fia streams and 2 more Phoenix Wright streams, and then we're actually cycling them both out simultaneously. I will look at them and certainly, comment. The big issue is that ultimately lulls in gameplay or my schedule are very, very hard to find. So I have so many options that I have lined up at least right now. But yes, you can absolutely message me on Discord. Just don't send me 34 pieces of a portfolio like the other person did. Or I might have an awkward conversation with them. So, but that's gonna do it for tonight. Thanks to everybody for stopping by. I appreciate the help. Yeah. So there's always the redeems. And my streams tend to be long enough to be acquiring a lot. I'm at the end. Yes. Oh, if you're starting right now, Joe, I can raid you. Are you live yet? Yeah, thanks so much, everybody. Yeah, so if you're live, I'll just go ahead and raid you, Joe. So you are now? Okay. Everybody, we're gonna be rating Joe. So I want to so for those who want to see the Rick and Morty game, go ahead and just hang out here. But thanks everybody, and have a good rest of your night.